Well, here we are, folks, back for another Friday night 9 ball. We've just gone past the top of the hour, so the brackets should be going up, unless I've missed a message. They should be going up any second. Let's have a quick look and see how many's in. How many seats? Right, we've got 14 in still. That looks like the maximum it's going to be. There's still 2 seats available, but it's well past the time where somebody can sign up. And just to let you know, we should have YouTube, we should have Twitch, and we should have Facebook working. And it would help if anybody is on Facebook to actually test the chat on Facebook. It should be fixed. It was a problem between Facebook and Restream. So the brackets are now up, and let's have a quick look. This will update in a wee sec. In fact, it has already updated with the handicapping. Remember, it's a race to 7 on the winner's side, race to 4 on the 1 loss side. It's Moneyball handicapping, and it's winner breaks, and they're lagging off for the break. And we can see in the first tie we have Tin playing Capo. Capo's getting a 6 ball. And Larry is playing Christian, and Larry's giving away 6 and out, so again there could be an upset there. Popman's got a bye. We have LS3 playing semi-pro, and LS3 is getting a 6 ball. We've got Magic 1 playing Bedhead, and Magic 1's getting 5 and out, so that's the maximum you can get. So again, Bedhead, he needs to be careful. Senny is playing Snakes, and that's a scratch match. And lastly, or the last of the players that's got a bye is Baker Maker. He's into round 2. We've got One Pocket Slim playing Spectre Dawn, and that looks a scratch match as well. And that's the one we're going to go into. And we can jump straight into that from the little button there. And we're right in the first rack. And let's just check my little doodle. That's a better contrast, that and that colour of cloth. That's quite good. So, race to 7 and scratch match between these 2 players. And it looks as if, well, provided Spectre Dawn doesn't do anything crazy here, he should be out. And that might lock behind the 8. And that's the crazy thing I was talking about. But I've actually seen Yamaguchi Taru jump a ball closer than that without a break, without a jump cue. Believe it or not, he was doing that in that 8-ball tournament that we had, the champ tournament, and Spectre Dawn made a little time over that one, and he's sitting pretty on the 8. So, good evening to anybody that's watching. So, Spectre Dawn, off and running, 1 rack on the board, and 3 balls have gone down, one of which is a 9-ball. That will be respotted. We're playing with spot money, which means if the money ball goes down in a break, it gets respotted. And the player stays at the table. And Spectre Dawn had no shot there. We lost the 1 and the 3 ball, but he hasn't played a very good safety. Now the question is whether One Pocket Slim can not only cut the 2 but skim past that 6 and 8 ball and get good on the 4. And this isn't easy at all. And he's played it well. That was a nice shot. he's going to have to just play this with a little bit of top, maybe a little feather of inside English, nothing much, but he just needs to make sure he doesn't run into that 7 ball, and he doesn't want to nail himself to the rail. Good evening, welcome. Right, I just wondered who was going to be the first person to say something, and it was the very first person that talked in the chat. I did it because I quite like the contrast of colour with my little arrows. Now, if you were watching the World Pool Masters 9-ball Scottish doubles tournament that was on all last week, they were using the telestrator thing. They were using the little doodle thing that I was using, very similar. And I've just fancied a change. I think there's a better contrast with the balls on this cloth for my eyes. So 1 pocket slim, a very good response here in the second rack. And this all came about from a poor safety from Spectre Dawn. Didn't keep the 2 ball safe, and Slim has came in and run out. And Slim breaking open rack number 3. And no joy. And it's going to be another jump here. Fairly certain about that, because if he gets the jump, it's very unlikely he's not going to have a shot in that 2 ball up in the top right there, provided the cue ball doesn't bounce off the table. And he's just overdone it. Now, how does that look? Well, that's just a little dead weight drop into the pocket. That will go no problem. Now, is there anybody else out there in the chat? I need somebody to do me a favour. If you're on Facebook, could you go to Facebook and go to my page? If you just type in the search at the top, type in 9ball.com, it's actually spelt as in N-I-N-E ball.com rather than the number 9. But either way, you'll find my page, and it's just to check the chat on Twitch, because since last week, nobody was on Twitch, and I still haven't been able to get it confirmed that it's working, and it should be working, the chat on Twitch. Not Twitch, why do I keep saying bloody Twitch? Facebook. Well, Slim's gone for a fairly loose bank shot there. It was a tall order to get it past that 8 ball, but he's probably left a long combo on here. This is not a difficult combo, this 3-6 combo. Well, he didn't manage to get it to hug the rail. And this isn't a dead cert either, even though the 6 ball... Well, that's working excellent. Well done, thanks very much. So that tells me that all the chat should be working. Anybody on Facebook, anybody on... by the way, anybody watching on Facebook, just so that you're aware, Facebook only broadcasts a stream in 720 resolution. So it's not full HD. So if you want to watch full HD, you need to go to Twitch or YouTube. And Twitch is using a black screen. Are you saying it's not coming up on Twitch? Because I just checked my Restream website. I checked that all the connections were working before I started the streaming. It said fine. Has it got a black screen with a message on it? If it has, just click the screen to accept the message, and then the stream should start. Hang on a minute, I'll be back in a second. Right, I'll give you some bad news. The bad news is I've got 5 people watching on Twitch at the moment, so everything's working on Twitch. I can check how many's watching the stream on the 3 different channels, and there are 5 people looking at Twitch. And there's nothing to tell me that there's a problem with Twitch either, which is curious. That's weird. In fact, give me another second. Right, Slim's just going to win the 3rd rack here. Well, according to my information, there's 5 people watching it on Twitch. Right, I'll be back in a second, folks. Just give me 2 seconds. Yeah, Twitch is working fine. It must be your bandwidth that's doing it. I'll tell you why, because what I was talking about there is that anybody watching on Facebook, bear in mind that if you're having problems with the quality of the stream, it only broadcasts in 720 resolution on Facebook for some stupid reason. That's what they set the limit at. But if you would rather watch it in full HD, 1080, you can go to Twitch or YouTube, and you should be getting it in a good high quality stream. So Slim won that 3rd rack. He has the advantage. Inspector Don's going to have to play another long combo here if he's going to run out this rack. But look at where the 6 ball's sitting. Now that is very interesting, because that 6 ball is dead in the water. He's played the combo, which is an excellent effort to clear the pocket, but he hasn't got himself out of trouble. And that might be a foul. No, I thought it was touch and go there, but he's got away with that one. The virtual referee called it a clean shot, a clean hit. And so another, well, if he runs this out, this is a good response as well from Spectre Don. So Slim is going to have his work cut out. So we're going to be all square again here in this first match. And I might have said it already, but I can't remember what I've said. We're going to go all the way tonight, folks. I've got another week's holiday still to come, so I can stay up to all hours of the night. As long as I can stay semi-awake. The body clock will still kick in about 9 o'clock where I'll start to fall asleep, but we'll get through it. We'll get the full final in tonight. So, ball in the break, couple of balls in the break. I think 7 and 8 ball have gone. Inspector Don, well, let's just go straight out on a limb here and say he should be into the lead again here. This is a sweet table. Well, I've got to talk about that. Does the chat not get through to you from Twitch? I'm watching on there. Yes, it does if anybody types anything on it. Type something on Twitch. Everything's working, so it should all come through. There's no error messages or nothing. I've got no error message telling me that Twitch isn't working. Let me just try again. Hang on, where are we? We're at 2 racks all. Mistake made by Spectre Dawn. Slim back at the table. Right, well, Facebook's working. Right, I'm going to just do a test. Hang Right. Right. Oh, now I'm hearing my voice coming. Right, I'm back in. I'm back in the game. Back in. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Cause that's, I mean, this restream says everything's fine. Right, I'm going to. If that's the case, I'm going to give it a quick look again, and I'm going to double check everything's okay in Twitch. Even though it says it is, I'm going to double check it, and if it turns out there's something obviously not working, I can't see that it's obvious. Right, guys, apologies. What I've had to do there is I've went into the Restream website, I've deleted Twitch off the stream, and what I'm about to do now is I'm about to kill the stream for no more than 30 seconds, and then I'll be back up and running. Just hang on, bear with me. This bloody thing will do your head in. Right, I'm back, and oh, now I can see the chat on the screen. Honestly, it tells you exactly the same information about Twitch. It tells you exactly the same information about YouTube, and exactly the same about Facebook. It tells me that they're all working. And the other week there, when the chat on Facebook wasn't working, I couldn't see a problem. And then it turned out the problem, honestly, the problem was at Facebook's end and Twitch, Facebook and Restream, because they sent me an email about it and told me it should be fixed. Anyway, let's just concentrate on the tourney now. Thanks for letting us know there, John. I hadn't a clue. Has. We're on a fucking live stream. What's your language, for Christ's sake? Excuse my French. And there's a result through. Well, LS3 is obviously getting a heavy handicap there, and he's waltzed away with that first match against Semi-Pro. And that's what I was good at. That's what I was talking about. That tournament the other night there, that 4th of July tournament that I managed to coax Tin into setting. That just shows me how bad I've got at this game. Honest to God. And I swear as well, I don't think in any tournament that I've ever played in Virtual Pool 4, or Virtual Pool 3 I should say, in all the 20 years, I don't think I've ever lost to the Bagel. I don't think I've ever lost to nil I've always won a rack or won a frame, I think, in a tournament, that is. Maybe no Sunday snooker tournament. I've probably lost a few of them 2-0, but I'm talking about 9-ball and whatever. And the other night there, who was it was playing? C.R. Dubrovnik. And what, you paid for a year on Twitch? What are you talking about you paid for? Anyway, I don't think I ever felt as bad as I did in that tournament the other night. I was 5-0 down before I actually got a rack gifted to me. Mind you, he had the odd wee bit of luck, but honest to God, I couldn't string a couple of balls together. Felt like Romario all night, so I did. Straight out in the first round. And that tells me that I think I'm well past my sell-by date for playing this game. Just don't get enough table time at all. Anyway, enough about my moans and groans. We're at 4-all in this match. We seem to have everything working. We've got Twitch working. We've got YouTube working. We've got Facebook working. We've got a nice pink cloth that's annoying people, but I like it because of the contrast and the green, like that. That's why I chose it, because I can do things like that. So this match, again, looks as if it could go all the way. Now, I think only grandmas and granddads use the name mauve to describe a colour. Well, this is actually called the purple cloth. Yes, I think that was the last time I heard somebody ever mention that colour in that description, when they bought a mauve pair of trousers or they had mauve curtains up. So Spectre Dawn looking to keep himself one step in front here, and let's be honest, there's no reason why he shouldn't. It's all looking good. What happened in that match, by the way? I had to switch the tennis off. Is it all over? Did the young girl lose? I heard that Murray wasn't playing tonight. He was supposed to be on with... oh, she did just win it. Oh, well done to her. The Murray match was called off because Serena Williams is on first thing tomorrow, I think, so she'd be barely hitting her bed, and then she'd have to get on the court again. So Spectre Dawn has run out on that rack. He now leads 5 racks to 4. Am I camera square here? No, I'm not. Looked a bit tilted. So he breaks off in rack number 10. And it's dry. And let's have a look at that 1-ball. Well, it ain't going past the 8. It's tight. It does go, but I mean, at that angle, you're probably easier trying to cut it onto the 5 or billiard onto the 5. It is very tight. It'll go in off the jaw, but I would, as a last resort, if I had no other option, I'd go for the one that way, but it looks easier to cut it onto the 5. But Slim, oh, that 1-ball just got to the rail, and he's played a good safety. Well, if in doubt, get tactical, that's what I say. And we're missing a few results that's come through here. Well, there's the second one. Larry and Christian. Christian getting a heavy handicap against Larry, but Larry has marched through the first match. 7 racks to 1. So Slim, with ball in hand, well, he's left himself fairly straight in this 1-ball. He's going to have to do something with the cue ball to have a shot in the 1, on the 2-ball. Try and stun out. Well, he's going to have to play it long because it doesn't go into the middle, and he's going to run into the 9, and he needs to run through the 9. He needs to run through the 9 to go over here and get a shot in the 3. And he might skim up the table here. Well, that's why he's missed the 2, because that's what was playing in his mind, how that cue ball was going to go. And this is a chance for Spectre Dawn here to steal a 2-rack lead. Well, I don't know whether he can stun down or whether it's a straight draw. It's a straight draw. So it looks as if Spectre Dawn is going to be home and dry in this rack. And this has been of a fairly good standard, this match, from what I've seen of it. It's been a bit broken up with that Twitch carry on, but I think pretty much most of the time when each player's had a chance of taking it, there's maybe been the odd error here or there, but Slim's going to have to do things the hard way in this match now, trailing 6-4 in the race to 7. And he's got his chance. The break has come up dry. Let's look at that 3-ball up there. Well, that's going to have to be a billiard. A billiard off the 3 onto the 5. And even that's a bit touch and go because they're a wee bit closer for comfort, that 3 and 5 ball, but that might be the only solution there. Now, what the hell's happened here? I thought Slim was at the table. Well, Spectre Dawn was concentrating more on trying to actually get good on that 3, and that actually wasn't bad. I think he could have played the billiard in that position. Well, Slim's got a chance to skim off the 2 and get behind that 3 and 5 ball, and that is not a good shot. The touch is a bit too heavy, and he might be able to just pinch the angle here to squeeze that 2 in, and he's done it comfortably. Well, he can't billiard the 5 in from there. Just looking to get cover, and Spectre Dawn doesn't get it, and I don't know whether Slim can play this delicate enough to try and nudge into the 5. I don't think he's going to get good cover there, is he? Oh, yes, he is. Well, that is what you call in the game a telling safety. He'll do well to hit this. In fact, in actual fact, he's better off not actually moving many things here. He might be ending up in 2 fouls in a second or 2, but he certainly doesn't want to break up the 5 and 9. So I presume he played the deliberate foul. It was a bit of a miscue, but at the end of the day, the table's perfectly safe. So now he's putting himself in trouble, and Slim has just committed a cardinal sin there, but he's got away with it in one respect, but he's going to be able to jump this Spectre Dawn, and this might backfire on Slim. I don't think he really wanted to break up the 5 and 9 there. And he certainly won't. Well, that's unlucky, but that's come to Slim's rescue because Spectre Dawn played a nice jump there, and he's unlucky he's blocked out. Was that I thought that was the 8-ball over there. The 8-ball's down there. There's the 4. This cloth colour's bloody confusing me. Hang on a minute. That's better. Well, I'm going to say it, this match is over as long as he can get up the table. And Slim has paid the price there, because that safety he tried to play, I don't believe he intended to nudge that 5 and 9, and now he has paid the price, because that could have been a safety net had he left that tight together. And as it is, Spectre Dawn has got his chance, and he wins the match by 7 racks to 4. So we've had a few results come through. Let's have a look at the bracket and see how that's taking shape. Well, into round 2, we've got Tin now playing Larry, and Tin is getting 7 and out. Oh, wait a minute, what's that? Aye, that's it. We've got Popman against LS3. They're playing a scratch match, and Popman is 2-0 down. Baker Maker's about to play Spectre Dawn. And meanwhile, if we look at the first round tie here between Magic 1 and Bedhead, they're tied at 5 racks all. And remember, Magic Man's getting the full 5 and out. Let's have a look and see the end of this match. And Bedhead is one of the favourites for tonight's tournament, as his rating would suggest. And he's got ball in hand, and he's got a bit of a problem here to deal with. The 8 and 9 are not sitting pretty. Let's have a look. Well, if he can get on the 7, that's not going to be a problem, but we can see the 8 ball does go into the corner and into the middle. That's if you can get good on it. So if he takes the 8, the 7 long, he can either play it into the middle. Well, I don't think he can get it into that corner from there, from where he is in the 7. So he's going to have to work something out here. Now, he could draw back with bottom and I'm trying to remember now. Bottom and right English is it to kick it up to the table, but that's relying on a bit of luck. Oh, he's played that well. That's excellent. Now he needs to get a good nudge here, because this could just go a bit awkward if he doesn't get a nice nudge on this 9. Oh, he's missed the 8. And where's the 9 going? Oh, well, he never played that in a month of Sundays. If he says he played it, he's a bloody liar. He missed the cut in the 8. And he got away with it. He got the combo onto the 9, or the billiard onto the 9, I should say. And Bedhead has got himself out of jail there. And he now leads by 6 racks to 5. And he says he was hoping for either or. He was hoping for that 8 ball for a start, and it didn't go. Anyway, you need a wee bit of luck now and again. Ball in the break was the 2 ball. Now, what the hell happened here? And he's missed a 1. Well, this could be a 1-9 combo if Magic Man is desperate enough. And why not? I mean, the 9 ball's not exactly hanging over the pocket, but it might be worth having a bash at it. Well, he's backing himself now to get to the 5 ball. And he needs to get on that 4, and he's missed a 3. And that when you're struggling to get position, and you're struggling to pot, and you've got that chance of that combo in a 9, and it's 6-5 down, you're probably better going for the combo in a 9. That's just my thoughts in the situation there. And there's the result come through. Seni has beaten Snakes by 7 racks to 3. Not sure whether that's a first or a second round match. Well, Bedhead has just sold himself down the river here because it's an easy 4 and a just as easy 5. And this match is going to go all the way. So Magic Man, or Magic 1 I should say, is breaking off in the final rack here. And we've already seen what the Moneyball handicapping can do. Semi-Pro going down 7 racks to 0 in his first round match. Well, that break has come up dry. And look at the danger here, folks. There's the danger there. 5 ball hanging over the corner pocket. And Bedhead needs to be fully alert here when he's playing his safeties, because that 5 ball is just asking to be knocked in, either directly or even accidentally. And that's a good safety. That is excellent. Because, well, it's close. But once again, as I said earlier, I've seen these being jumped. And I still can't understand how Yamaguchi Taru managed to jump balls like that with his play cue, not using a jump cue. But Bedhead doesn't fancy it. And I'll tell you the reason why is where the 5 ball is. Well, you know, sometimes you're better to actually take that chance. And he's, oh, that's unlucky. Now, is that 3? Sorry, not the 3. Aye, it is the 3, but he's on the 2. Let's have a look. No. So it's ball in hand. Well, Magic 1 is going to have to get the 3 and the 4. Now, we've seen that he failed on his other attempt in the previous rack, but managed to get there. Oh dear. And we've got a lack of control there. And that's gifted Bedhead his chance to steal the match. And that's a basic error from anybody who's ever played a game of pool or played virtual pool, is not thinking about what you're doing and just letting the momentum of that cue ball drop into the pocket after the ball you've just hit. Well, this is a tricky one, getting from the 5 to the 6. It looks all so easy, and Bedhead isn't risking it. He's content to play it long, and he's going to have to just drop this in if he's going to drop nice onto the 7, because look where the 8 ball is. The 8 ball isn't going past the 9, and he's going to have to get this right. Very easy to get out of line here. And this is a shot. He's got the perfect angle on the 7 to stun up the table anywhere in the top half of the table. If he gets the cue ball up here, anywhere in that area. Well, that's the area I meant, that area there, so he's okay. So Bedhead has gotten away with it. And he's going to go through by 7 racks to 6. And Magic 1 moves over to the 1 lost side. So I think that was the last of the first round matches. And Seni now has his opponent, and Bedhead is going to be, or sorry, Senny is going to be getting a fair handicap against Bedhead as well, as is probably most players in the tournament. And if we look at the one lost side, there's not a lot happening. We've got Capo playing Christian. Now, what happened to Capo? Oh, Tin. I missed that result. Tin's beaten Capo by 7 racks to 1. And Tin's got the 7 and out against Larry in round 2. We've got Potman 3 racks to 1 down against LS3. Bedhead just about to start his match against Senny, given 6 and out. And Baker Maker against Spectre Dawn. So what we'll do is we will go into the top match. Tin getting 7 and out against Larry. Larry at the table. And we're going to be all square here in a sec. What did I say, all square? Larry's 2-0 up. See, the brain's beginning to shut down already, and it's what? It's 8:45. Well, Larry's got that 8 ball to deal with, which he can do right now because that's one of Tin's money balls. He needs to get rid of that. And the other problem he has is he wants to leave that 1 ball hanging if he can. He doesn't want it to drop. And that just managed to nudge the 8. And this is a little delicate shot. Maybe even with a wee bit of inside English, just to check it off the bottom rail and square the cue ball up. I don't know whether he did play any. And he's got a little angle there on the 3. And we can see there isn't a problem with the 6 and the 8 as long as you get on the right side of them. Now, is he looking to just play this 4 ball long into that top pocket? The top left as we look, and then just roll through for the 6. Well, he's overdone it by quite a margin. Or he's underhit it. I don't know what Larry tried there. I thought he was trying to run it that way. He might have been trying to run it that way, and we're in a sort of no man's land. We're not sure what he tried. But one thing's for certain. It's going to be a good shot here. He needs to watch that scratch in the right middle pocket, because the shot I would play would be off the 4, pot the 4, with left inside English to kick the cue ball around. And that's a bit ambitious, but that's one way of getting there. And that needs to slow up. He's going to hook himself. You know, you see, if he had played it the way I'd suggested, he could only go that side. He was never going to block himself off. And if you don't get the pace right, you've more or less blocked yourself off. Can he squeeze out the bank? He might be able to. He might be able to just squeeze on that 9 and get the bank. But he's going to need another good one. And Larry's having to dig himself out of holes here. And remember, we're at the business end of the rack, so any of these balls are fine for Tin. Larry makes a mistake. Tin can just drop the 7 in, which he's about to do right now. Right, I'll go back to that 4 ball. The 4 ball was there, or there. If he had played it with inside left English and cut it into the pocket, the cue ball would have hit that rail, and the inside English punches it onto the top rail, and then you go that way. And you're lined up with the balls going that direction. You can't block yourself out. And he blocked himself out going that side, but he got the bank, but immediately he was out of shape. And so that's the sort of punishment that you get if the higher rated player just gets himself out of line, and he's then having to play difficult shots to keep a run going, and that's the example of how it goes wrong. And it's a gift for Tin, but Tin has, I think, knocked a 9 ball in, or he's knocked something in. Was it the 1 ball? No, it was a 4, but the cue ball has followed it in, and well, first glance at this table, everything looks okay up until the 8 ball. Once again, the 8 ball is in a position where it's going to be a straight on combo if you can get there, or you go on the short side of it to get it into that pocket. And it all hinges on how good he gets on that 7. Because if he ends up on this side of the 7, he's having to cut it, and the cue ball's running all around the table. So this is not a dead set run out here for Larry. Now, ideally, he wants to be playing the 7 from this side, because that way he can drop the 7 in, get out, and play the combo. So he could just draw back, or he could actually just go off the right side rail. I think he's got the angle to do either or, but if he goes off the right side rail, he doesn't want to risk running across the left hand side near that middle pocket. And he's squared it up. Let's have a look and see what he's got. Well, that will do, because he's got a nice little angle there just to roll through, round the angles and out. Well, he looks as if he's going to kill it. Now, has he killed it straight? More or less, we'll give him that. And so Larry now has opened up his 2-rack lead again. After that sort of mini crisis there when he gifted that rack to Tin. So we're into rack number 5, and a couple of balls have gone down on the break. The 7 and 8 have gone, so that's straight away 2 of Tin's money balls have disappeared off the table, and that immediately makes it more difficult for Tin to run the table. But now he's going to get a chance. Larry's missed the 1. This is just the wrong angle on this 1 ball. Cue ball wants to run towards a 6 here. He's playing this with inside English, but that's making the shot more difficult. But he's done it well. He's avoided the 6. And now he's got a fairly straightforward pot in the 2 to drop onto this bottom rail. Well, he doesn't want to be too straight, and he's dead straight. And now it's getting more difficult, because he's playing the 4 at distance. But you'd think if he can get the cue ball anywhere out in the table, he'll have a shot in the 5. That needs to keep going. If it does, it'd be perfect. Well, he's again just a wee bit in the middle of no man's land here, but it looks to be that the shot to play is in the top corner pocket, and he has to maybe just roll this in sort of dead weight, because that will keep the cue ball over the right hand side of the table for the 6. He's got to take that risk. Oh, he's well away from it. And Tin's chance may well have gone. Although Larry, in cutting this 5 ball, can't avoid the hit on the 9. And look what happens when you run into balls. And Larry's got himself out of line again here. And he can't jump that. And Larry's saving grace here is that that 6 ball is no good to tin as a money ball. Well, Larry's kicked it in. That's one way to deal with a problem. That's one of these shots where you just pick the angle off the rail and hit it a belt and hope it goes in. Well, that's where using a diamond technique helps. So anyway, it's 4-1 to Larry. And the break is dry. We've got the 5 ball right on the point of that middle pocket, I think. Oh no, it's okay. That'll go in, no problem. Well, meanwhile, Tin's got the problem to deal with. He's blocked himself off on the 2. It's just going to be a kick and hope. If he kicks this right, he might go in off the 5 or nudge the 5 in. He needs to get right in behind the 2 off that end rail. I don't know whether he's doing it from that angle though. No, he's filled the 4. And being so close, that was not a very good shot. Easy enough to kick the 4. And the angle that he was aiming at that rail, immediately that little voice in my head told me that wasn't a good angle he was picking. And so it's a opportunity for Larry. How does this 3 ball look? It looks fine. And there's another result come through. And Baker Maker has beaten Spectre Dawn by 7 racks to 2. Let's have a look and see what the deal was with that match. Well, it was a scratch match, so well, Baker Maker's coming on strong there. He's beaten one of the favourites by 7 racks to 2. So already we've got a few of the strong players paying the price of the handicapping, and they're having to work their way through the one-loss side here, folks. And meanwhile, well, Larry just looking to sneak out into the middle of the table here for the 7, or he can just drop it into the right middle pocket, whatever he's comfortable with. Well, just gone a wee bit square on this 7. Just got to be careful. Well, it looks as if we'll be dropping in a couple of matches in the one-loss side in a minute or 2. The way things are shaping up. But everything's looking fairly good here for Larry. He's now going to be 5 racks to 1 in front. Tournament just short of the hour. And we have lost the 3 ball, but look at the mess of balls on the left hand side there. The 2, the 7 and the 6 locked up. But it's a good hiding place. Now, no problem obviously with the 1 ball. And Larry's just going to look to try and tuck this cue ball away somewhere. Well, he's opened him up. And he's lucky he's left it safe. There's a result on the one loss side. Capo wins by 4 racks to 2 against Christian. And there's another result came through. Magic 1 has been beaten by 4 racks to 0 by Snakes. I can't see where the problem will be here for Larry. He's got a nice angle on the 4 just to roll through and get on the high side of that 5, just to make it simple to drop on the 6. Well, he's gone a wee bit more than he would like, but he shouldn't have any problem though. Big wide open spaces to get the cue ball into to have a shot in the 6. And this is just going to be dead weight, just a trickle into the pocket. Maybe a little punchy draw back here for that 8 into the right middle. So it's all fairly plain sailing here for Larry. The way things are going at the moment, it's now going to be 6-1. Right, we've got a little interlude. I'll just have a quick drink. We'll have a quick look at the bracket while they're away. We can see the match that we're watching at the moment. Popman is still trailing in his match. He's 5 racks to 3 behind in that scratch match with LS3. Bedhead, well, he's running away with that match against Senny, even though he's given 6 and out. He's 5-1 up. But anything can happen. And we've seen that result come through for Bakermaker. So on the one loss side, we've got Capo 1-0 down to Spectre Dawn. Capo getting 5 and out. And that is really the only match that's on there at the moment until some results go through. So a couple of balls down. Larry on the 1 ball. Well, we can see where the trouble lies. The trouble lies right there. With where the 5 ball's sitting. It's right in the middle of the table, but it's blocked off pretty much. Well, when you look at it that way, it looks as if it goes by the 7 ball, no problem. Goes into the middle here, and it goes into that middle, but again, it's getting on it. Well, Larry looking at the 5-9 combo here. That nudge on the jaw in the middle pocket has undone his positional attempt. Now, does he go for the combo? Or does he play safe? He's 6-1 up. He only needs the 9 ball for the match here, so might as well have a go at it. And he's missed it. Now, how's his luck? Well, there's nothing left easy here for Tin. If he cuts this into the left middle, he's in danger of scratching. If he goes for it into the bottom left, he's in danger of scratching. And in the end, he's undercut it. But it's now Tin's turn to get a wee bit of good fortune. He's left a cut on for Larry, but this is not a gimme. And also, he has to be thinking about position on that 6 ball when he's playing this shot. 6 ball is guarded by the 8 ball. It could come into play. And he's tried to drag and play that as gentle and delicate as he could, and that's not a bad effort. He actually got it too good, I think, because if he'd run a wee bit further, he'd have been perfect. He's actually managed to drag a wee bit too much pace off it. He's got a nasty little cut here. Might be running into the 8. He's avoided the 8. He's got the cut. And he's sitting pretty on the 7. I think he'll be able to just run in behind that 9 ball here. Squeeze in behind and out the other side of the 9 ball. Oh, that nearly went badly wrong there. He didn't want that knuckle. He still got the cut. And in it goes. And Larry has a fairly straightforward pot into that corner for a 7-1 victory, and it almost hung up, but in it goes. So tournament's moving on fairly rapidly tonight. Let's see where we stand now. So we can see that Larry has already moved through on the bracket, waiting on the winner of Potman and LS3. LS3 6-3 up against Potman. Bedheads 5-2 up against Senny. And Baker Maker's waiting on the winner of that match. Now, let's go back over this side. We see Capo's all square, 1 rack all with Spectre Dawn. And we've got 1 Pocket Slim about to start his match with Tin. And it's only a race to 4. And Tin is getting 7 and out. So what we will do is we will go in and we will check out what's left in this match between Potman and LS3. Potman has won another rack, but he's still trailing 6 racks to 4. Where's the cue ball going? Going very adjacent to the pocket. Just moving my keyboard out the way a wee minute. And I've nudged my mouse. That's why the table's moving all over the place. Hang on a second just to get myself sorted out here. Well, that's not ideal on this 3 ball. If he plays it plain ball, he needs to watch the scratch. Always a danger, that top left hand corner pocket. Well, this time he's digging down to avoid that. And he's went for a fairly ambitious bank, but he's not got away with it. And LS3 has a chance on this 3 ball now if he can get away past the 6, which he has done. And he's landed a pretty nice angle on the 4 to drop back onto the 6. He could well be home and dry here. So again the choice, he can either go forward to the right hand side or come back to give his choice of left or right middle pocket for this 7 ball. Well, that's not the way I would have wanted to play it, but he's got it into the corner. You see, now he's on the wrong side, really. He wanted to be further up towards the middle here to make it simpler just to drop onto the 9. Because when you start running cue balls around the table, there's always a chance of things going a bit pear-shaped. But he should be okay, and there's the result come through. Bedhead has beaten Senate by 7 racks to 2. And we've also seen the end of this match between Potman and LS3. LS3 wins 7 racks to 4. So Potman gets his second chance on the one-loss side. And tournament now has now taken shape. We've got some action on both sides of the bracket. We've got Bedhead now about to play Baker Maker, and Larry about to play LS3. And on the one-loss side, we've got Spectre, Dawn and Capo. Well, we've got to go in and see that. 5 and out for Capo. I would imagine there'll be a fair bit of action going on in there. One Pocket Slim and Tin just about, or in the first rack, I should say. Semi-Pro in the first rack against Senate, and we'll drop in and we'll have a look at the remainder of this match. So Spectre Dawn at the table cannot afford a mistake. All of these remaining balls are all now Capo's money balls. Well, he might have to go across the table twice here. He's got way too much angle on this 7 ball. Well, he's just dropping it in. That's always a danger. And it's just crept in. And so Spectre Dawn is going to get 1 rack up. It's only a race to 4 on the one-loss side, but he's breaking off in rack number 6. And whenever you're given 5 and out, you've got to spot these danger balls, anything near a pocket, and straight away, well, you've got Capo just having a go at something, and he's scratched, and that is now opened up the table wide open, and Spectre Dawn with ball in hand is just picking his path. He's looked at the lay of the balls, he's looked at how he wants to run out, and well, he's going to have a slight problem here because he's the wrong side of the 2, so he's running away from the 3, but he wants to run across to that side rail. Well, he's actually not gone far enough. He's leaving himself a bit of a cut here in the 3, and this he's now got the cue ball running. He's going to try to hold for the 4. And now he's more or less back on line. So now all the money balls are there for the taking. Spectre Dawn has to take them all. And it looks fairly straightforward. It's just getting from the 7 to the 8. And that looks fairly nice. Nice little angle in the 8. You're doing absolutely nothing with the cue ball other than pot the 8. And so Spectre Dawn survives. And he keeps going through the one-loss side. And he wins the match against Capo by 4 racks to 2. So we're catching a few matches here tonight. So that match will update in a sec. We'll see him, Spectre Dawn moving through. Semi-Pro still at 0-0 with Senny. Senny getting the 5 ball, I think that is. Snakes 0-0 with Potman. And one pocket slim, 1-0 up against Tidden. Let's look across. We've got Bedhead having won the first rack against Baker Maker. And Larry is one rack down against LS3, who's been given the 6-ball. Right, where do we go next? Let's see what. Right, well, we've already seen Tin. Let's go in. This seems to be an interesting match between Baker Maker and Bedhead. Baker Maker, a 2,200 9-ball player. So he seems to know what he's doing. Well, Bedhead can get this ball really thin on the left-hand side and just keep distance from it and use the 5-ball as a stopper. And he's got it too thin. He's missed a 2, but that was the plan, just to get it as thin as he could and just leave that 2-ball there and get distance. But it's given Baker Maker ball in hand. Well, this is a bit ambitious, but he's played it well. That was not easy. That was actually not a simple combo, that on the 9, but he didn't mess about, and he's back all square. And I don't know how many balls he got in the break there because I was busy typing, but he's just taking his eye right off the ball on that 3-ball, and mistakes like that at this level are going to be costly. But there is a problem for Bedhead, and we all know where the problem lies. That 6 and 8 ball are fairly tight, or very tight, on that right hand rail. Well, you might as well join the chat. I think everybody else has gone to bed. I usually end up boring everybody into submission anyway. Well, Bedhead's had to play the combo. He's played it nicely. A nice, gentle pace. So the 6-ball wasn't going to do anything silly. And that just needs to keep coming down. That's perfect. He's the wrong side of the 7, but it's not a problem. And there's a result. Well, that was a quick result. When I looked at the bracket there before we went into this match, Slim was 1-0 up. And then all of a sudden he's won the match 4-0. What the hell happened there? Tin must have blinked an eye and lost 3 quick racks. You certainly must have got good breaks because, I mean, before I came into this match, I had a look at the bracket. I said, oh, Slim's up 1-0. We'll go into the Bedhead match. Then next thing I know, it's 4-0. So Bedhead plays the push out. And Baker Maker, well, looking to hide the cue ball and hasn't got either. Oh, you won't be as demoralised as I felt in that match the other night, I'll tell you. That has just told me what level I've sunk to playing this game. Really poor. I think that's why I probably prefer playing doubles now, to be honest with you, because I just rely on my opponent getting me a shot. Well, Bedhead definitely played the combo there, but that was asking an awful lot to dig that shot out. But I think he was also more concerned with the fact that it was difficult to actually keep it safe. But he's given Baker Maker a start here. Well, this is going to be a good shot. Fairly straight on this 2-ball. And if he avoids the 7, which he's done, he's sitting very nicely on that 3 with a nice angle. And don't forget that Baker Maker's getting a 6-ball, which in all honesty is fairly generous for a 2,260 rated player. And Bedhead and Baker Maker are back all square. A dry break. And we've got a problem, or rather Bedhead's got a problem. That excuse me, that 3-ball sitting there. Oh, the green looks better on the blue than the red, I think, does it? You know what? I haven't seen a lot of Baker Maker, but I actually was quite impressed. I think I seen one of his matches in the World. Was it the Straight Pool? What the hell tournament was it that I streamed? Yeah, it was a Straight Pool. And he actually played. He played pretty good Straight Pool. And I thought he had a chance to go a fair distance in it. I think he won a couple of matches. I say, you know, if you're sitting at 2,200, you've got to have a reasonable idea what you're doing. And Bedhead's tried to dig out a shot in that 3-ball, and he's made a damn good effort at it. And I don't think he could have played it any better. I mean, he's the wrong angle on this 3, but he can help it with a bit of inside English here, but he's just going to have to judge this. The angle that he's potting it at, he's going that way and then across. I don't know whether he can hold it and avoid that 9. Well, he's deliberately underhit it to avoid that. And Bedhead's doing what he does an awful lot of times. He leaves himself high and dry in a lot of balls and having to dig himself out of holes. And this is getting him out of shape, and this is why he's ended up there in the 5. And you just cannot keep potting balls all night. And he's taking his medicine and he's gone to the long grass, because I keep reminding you, Baker Maker's getting the 6-ball here. And Bedhead can't risk leaving an easy starter here for Baker Maker. The 6-ball sitting wide open at the top end of the table. Well, now does Bedhead take his chance? Because again, this is tough. And the angle he's got, he should avoid hitting the 9-ball. And that's always the shot to play, is to overcut it. In fact, I don't even think he went for the pot there, because he's played a pretty good safety. It's the old kick and hope, and he's kicked in the 7. Sorry, the 8. But Baker Maker has got himself hooked in the 5. Oh, well, everything's happening here, folks. He's managed to fluke the 5, and he's still got a shot in the 6 to go into the lead. And he's missed it. Now, where's the 6 going to end up? And it's going to end up stone dead. Well, it's not quite stone dead. That's not a bad bank, that 6 ball. But it's all or nothing here for Bedhead if he's going for it. A couple of bits of good fortune there for Baker Maker, but getting himself hooked in the 5 gave him a shot in the 6, albeit a difficult one. And it's given Bedhead his chance to pinch the rack. And Bedhead goes back into the lead by 3 racks to 2. And certainly a couple of balls have gone in. One of them was a 9. It'll get respotted. And we've also lost... Oh no, wait a minute. It wasn't... It was the 9. The 9 and the 8... Sorry, the 7 and the 4 have gone. And he's sitting not bad on this 1 ball. As long as he can avoid the 3, he should be able to get onto that 2 ball at the top end. Just needs to slow up here. That's tracking. Oh, it's hanging up. Oh, you're kidding me. He's right on the point of that. I don't think he can get to it. Can he get to it? That cue ball's hitting the jaw. It is from where I'm looking. Yeah. I don't think he get right down into the corner to look at that. But he was actually corner hooked. Well, here is a gift of a chance for Baker Maker. That was unfortunate, but that cue ball did everything just but drop into the pocket. And Bedhead ended up being corner hooked, and it's given Baker Maker his chance. Well, this match could go all the way by the looks of it. Well, all you do here is just focus totally on the 6 ball. Oh, and he's overcooked it. And Bedhead is going to have to do the long, or the short rail, sorry, the long rail bank, or the short rail bank, whichever he prefers. And in it goes. And here's the tough one. Dead straight in the 8 ball. Lots of draw, but just below the equator to not get that cue ball flying, just to get the cue ball up by the middle pocket. And that is played perfect. That's the way to play it. You don't have to put huge draw on it. You put good power on it, but just put that cue tip below the equator, and the actual stun draw will take effect like that. That's where you get the power in it, but you don't get the huge draw in it. And that gives Bedhead a bit of a cushion. And really he's managed to pinch another rack there, but straight away he's scratched. Now, Baker Maker this time cannot afford to throw away this chance. He has to run out. He has to make a bit of a statement here, or he has to run up to the 6 ball, I should say. Now, this is the problem. He has to get on the 4. Or is that the 4? Yes, it is the 4. I thought it was a bloody 8 ball. The 8 ball's at the bottom of the table. And this is no dead set either. He's managed to squeeze it in. So anything but hook yourself behind a 9. Get right out into the middle of the table. And Baker Maker, this is why I say this 6 ball is a generous handicap. Because if the balls are wide open, I'm expecting Baker Maker or Bedhead to run the table. Now the 6 ball is certainly one of the balls that went into the right middle pocket. And of course, that was Baker Maker's money ball, so it gets respotted. Now let's see what we have here. He's on the 2. Lots of check side there on the cue ball to fire it back. And that cue ball went like against the laws of physics there, the way it come off the rail. Well, this is where he's going to have to get a bit lucky here, because he's got a big long cut here on the 4 and has to find the way back to the 5. Well, he's managed to do all of that, but he's forgot to get the first part of the equation right. He's missed the 4. And we've seen a couple of unforced errors here from Baker Maker that have cost him. And could this be another one? Now, he needs that angle on the 5 to get out for the 6. And I think he's managed to get an angle. So it's all about judging the pace here and the little stun off the rail. It needs to keep going. He's short. He's short again. And he cannot afford to hang this up over the pocket, because it's just a gift for Baker Maker. It has to go, or he has to play safe. And in it goes, but look what he's left himself again, and Bedhead's immediately got himself more out of line, so to speak. He could actually play a good safe here, believe it or not, but he's going all out for the bank, and he's got it, and he's still not out of jail here. He's going to have to play another good one here on this 8 ball. No problem getting on the 9. He just, again, it's just about focusing on the 8, and he's missed it. Well, I think this could be the crucial rack, and this could be the crucial 8 ball, because Baker Maker's only going to get one shot at the bank here if he goes for it. No, he's going all out for the pot. How's his luck? Oh. Well, this is extremely thin. Cue ball running all over the place here. And that will do nicely as long as he doesn't run into the middle pocket, which he hasn't done. And so Baker Maker is going to end up 2 racks down again. And there's a result through from the one loss side. And Senny's handicap has worked well for him there. He's beaten semi-pro by 4 racks to 3. And meanwhile, Bedhead, leading 5-3, has come up dry, and there's no shot for Baker Maker. Now, well, he's played the push out, and that is not a good push out. You cannot play a push out and leave a shot for your opponent. As easy a starter as that. You've got to do something to move the 1 ball, even though he was hooked. He had to do something where he wasn't going to just leave Bedhead a shot. Bedhead playing this with a lot of inside English again to check the cue ball when it hits the rail and kills the spin. And he's played a sort of 2-in-1 shot there, and that's not bad. Easy enough to spin off the rail. Well, I've got bad news for Baker Maker here. He's going to be buried, I think, in a second or two. Unless Baker, what do you call him, Bedhead, is going to go for the cut in the middle pocket. Oh, good evening, Tam. Remember earlier on I was talking about the brackets and talking about jumping into a room earlier on this morning. I'll show you that right now. We go out onto the bracket. That's the match that we're in. That match there on the bracket, the Bedhead match. Now you can see that little round dot, that little circle where the hand appears. Whenever there's a match underway on the bracket, rather than going out the room and going into the other room, that Larry match is up and running. If I just hit the little button, that'll take me into that match with Larry and LS3, like that. That's how quickly you can just jump backward and forward. So I can go back to this match. There you go. Right, Bedhead leading by 5 racks to 3. Baker Maker at the table, and another wide open table. No excuse. Well, he's just going to have to probably kill the cue ball right there or come back an inch, and he's overcooked it. Now, you remember what I was talking about earlier about that little sort of punchy draw shot that you play? Well, he just overcooked that with a draw, and that's why he's missed the 5. That's something you have to practice to get it right, where you're trying to play a shot that is maybe get more power than you want to play the draw, but the way to remedy it is to kill the draw by just going below the equator and punching it in. When you get lower in the cue ball and you have that amount of power, that cue ball is just going to twirl up the table, and that's what cost Baker Maker there. And this looks like it's going to be Bedhead going to the hill, and all he does is drop the 7 ball in, leave a nice little angle on the 8. The ideal shot here is just the cue ball there somewhere, running the 8 in and running that way, and that is perfect. That's perfect. 8 ball goes in there, cue ball just drifts down, or drifts over that way a bit. You don't want to drift into the pocket. Well, that's a disaster. Oh dear. Well, I tell you this match is going to go all the way. Well, that's been thrown right back at Baker Maker there. Bedhead looking all but home and dry to go on to the hill, and he's gifted it back to Baker Maker. But Baker Maker's break has come up dry again, and Bedhead, what's he got? Well, he's looking to play a safety somewhere. Yeah, maybe he actually had too much angle on that 7 ball. You needed to be just about straight on it. You'd still have the potting angle. See, the thing is, with that 8 ball sitting there like that, if the cue ball was there, you're still cutting and creating an angle by cutting that 8 ball, and the cue ball then just runs down that way. It was actually a bit more that side of the 8. I think it was maybe further up the table, maybe about there. But it was all just down to the pace. Just overhit it. Well, can Bedhead redeem himself here? He has an opportunity. Well, the crucial shot is getting from the 4 to the 5. The reason I say that is because it's unlikely he's going to try and get to the 5 down this side of the table. Now that angle he has there, you can either just a wee bit of help in English to get down there. And he's overhit it again. He's going to have to take the 6 into that top right hand corner. And he's underhit that as well. The Bedhead's getting himself out of shape, shot after shot, and having to play tough stuff to actually keep this going. And this is not the right time for this to be happening, because that is Baker Maker's money ball, and this has to go in. And he's overdone it, and it's another gift for Baker Maker, and we're all square, folks. Told you it was going to go all the way. And that's what happens when you get out of line. They talk about it in snooker, they talk about it in every game. As soon as you start getting it out of line, out of shape in one ball, it makes it even more difficult to get the right shape in the next ball, and you keep getting worse and worse until you miss. But, again, Baker Maker cannot buy a ball in the break here. But he's left, well, that little nudge on the 3 there, I don't think that did any harm to the 6 and the 9, because the 6 already goes anyway once that 3 ball goes out the way. Well, I keep saying this, whenever I watch Bedhead, he's either over-hitting him or under-hitting him by such a margin that he's leaving himself, you know, pretty acute angles on cuts and pots. And he's a good enough player to, you know, to dig himself out of a lot of those problems. But, you know, what you've just seen there's exactly an example of what happens with him. He goes square, ends up having to cut a ball in, he's the wrong side of it, and, you know, sooner or later, no matter how good you are, you're just going to miss. It's going to happen, and in this type of tournament, you're generally going to pay the price for it. And again, he's got himself blocked out in the 5, and he's just trying to get as far a distance as he can. And that's actually ended up pretty good. Now, Baker Maker's, what do you do with this shot? You don't thump it. You don't want to split the 6 and 9, even though the 6 does go. You just don't want to make it simpler. And that's not a bad effort. Now, does Bedhead go for the bank? Because the bank goes. This is a good bank, this 5 ball, and he should be able to squirt out behind the 9 and 6. But it's an all or nothing shot. And there's a result through from the Potman Snakes match. Potman's won the final rack there on the one lost side. So he's gone all out for the bank. He's missed the bank. Has he got lucky? What does that look like from this end? Well, obviously it's not a bank that's left, because the 7 ball's a blocker, and that is an extremely thin cut in the 5. Now he needs a bit of luck here. He's got the kiss in the 6. Now what do you do? Well, I think you line up the bank into the middle pocket. This, he can't cut that, can he? No, he can't cut it. But did he play the cut, or did he play the safety? Now, this is about touch. If Bedhead is going to try to hook him behind a 9, it's all about that gentle touch. Because you can skim past the 6 and drop onto the short rail and hook him behind a 9. It's just dead weight. You've got to be brave enough to play it though, because it's so easy to overhit it. Oh, he's went for the cut. He's gone all out. Grab the bull by the horns. And he's got to get the 7 ball and get from the 8 to the 9. But the good thing for Bedhead in his favour is that 6 ball's the money ball for Baker Maker, and it's now gone. Oh, it's going to... Oh, I thought it was going to drop in. Get excited. But he's ended up straight. And this is another one of these punchy draw shots. You don't need to overjuice it. And he's played that well. It's just going to be getting there dead weight. A simple little cut on the 9 to eventually take Bedhead onto the hill. Leading by 6 racks to 5, breaking off in rack number 12. Now, can it go all the way? And Bedhead has dried up now as well, I think. But he's left nothing on for Baker Maker but the old kick and hope, or the push out now. Again, he's playing the push out down this end of the table here. If Bedhead gets a sniffy a pot on that one, he'll go for it. Well, he can pot that because he's not going to scratch off it. He's looking at the angle. He's going to hit the point. He's not going to scratch. But is he going to hook himself in the 2? That's the question. And Bedhead has thought about it and decided he wasn't going to risk it. Well, he should be in trouble here, because if Baker Maker can skim the 1, well, he needed a bit more juice on it, but he's got cover. But I was thinking more likely get yourself over here. It's an easy enough shot to kick at anyway. Just on that right hand diamond, or just before it, will do nicely. And he's got good odds of kicking this in, but probably no shot in the 2. But he'll take that as second prize. Now, that 1 ball is quite a big target, and I don't think he needs to jump that for there. He could easily kick that from the rail, the short rail. It's a big target between the rail and the 1 ball. I don't know why he didn't go for that. He's now opened everything up. You've got to assess the situation. Much easier to kick that 1 ball off this rail. Much easier. Could have got that 1 ball, and if you get it out of line slightly, even if you go to there or there, you're still going to hit the 1. You've got a big margin of error to hit that 1 ball in that area there. That was the shot to play. And as it is, he's gifted a chance for Bedhead to seal the deal here. The question is can Bedhead keep himself good here to see this rack through? Now the 3 ball will go past the 7. It can easily cheat the pocket on the rail there. Well, he's just hindered by that 7 ball, but really and honestly, he doesn't have to do a thing other than just totally focus on the 4 ball. Just drop it in and leave yourself that little cut angle in the 5, which he's got. Now you've got decisions to make here. Do you play this with a bit of inside left to come back this way, or do you play it with a lot of right hand spin to go that way to take it into the middle? Well, he's taking the second option. And this gets rid of Baker Maker's money ball. And it looks all over here. As long as Bedhead can pot the 8 and get the cue ball up the table. Well, this is the one where you play it with inside English. Inside right, the cue ball hits the rail. Instead of going this way, it just comes back that way. Or it even goes that way onto the rail, depending on how much juice you put on it. And he's went up the line. Again, he's just leaving himself a wee bit of an angle. In it goes. Well, the tournament's well on now. Bedhead wins the match against Baker Maker by 7 racks to 5. So we're going to have some good tussles here to finish this tournament. But meanwhile, have I missed a result? I certainly have done. I never saw that result going through. LS3 has beaten Larry by 7 racks to 3 with that 6 ball. Now, that's LS3 getting the same handicap Baker Maker was getting. And he's won that match 7 racks to 3. So, we've got Bedhead and LS3. What the hell's happened with this bracket? That's a bit better. I think bloody thing's stuck. They're fighting it out for the hot seat. And meanwhile, all the action will be happening over this side because we've got Spectre Dawn about to, or just starting against Larry. Baker Maker waiting in the result of the One Pocket Slim. Why is that match still at 0-0? Is that just... Is that match not started a while ago? Or maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, we'll go in and we'll see the Spectre Dawn Larry match. Because something has to give here. There's no handicap. We're playing scratch. But we're only playing to 4 racks. So, Spectre Dawn at the table with not a gimme. Oh, he's nudged the 9. He didn't want to do that. Now, who's that? Solo Legit. I've never seen that name before. And Spectre Dawn could have given anything there not to have clipped that 9 ball, because that left himself a really tough cut and he hung it up. And it was just a welcome to Larry. Give him a start. Larry's up by 1 rack to 0. And guess what? Another dry break, and Spectre Dawn is in straight away here. Ah, I know the name. I know that name. I've seen that name in VP4. Welcome. Good evening. Well, I thought I was world famous. I thought everybody knew me. So we're in deep into Friday night 9 ball here. We've got a 1 loss side match underway between Larry and Spectre Dawn, 2 prospective winners of this tournament, or favourites for it, but they're having to battle through the 1 loss side, and one of them's going to have to go by the end of this match. And Larry 1-0 up with the table at his mercy. Well, Friday night 9 ball's been on since Virtual Pool 3 for, well, goodness knows, that's what, 19 was it 1999 when Virtual Pool 3 came out, because it was in GameSpy. So we've had a Friday Night 9-ball ever since then. The only difference is that Friday Night 9-ball used to be at 9 o'clock British summer time, so it didn't start until an hour later. It used to run on late back in the day. And we've had a Friday Night 9-ball in here since Virtual Pool 4 started, 7 years ago now, or coming up in 7 years. Well, there's a mistake by Larry, and Spectre Dawn wasn't expecting that. And he's going to have to just work this cue ball here, though, to give himself a shot in the 8 and the 9. Well, it's been a tournament for that many years, yep. Well, this is tough. Spectre Dawn's left himself with another tough 9-ball here, and Larry's sitting ready to pounce. And this time he's managed to put it away, so he's redeemed himself and he's back on level terms. So we're into rack number 3. 5-ball goes down into the top right. And, well, it's hard to say what Spectre Dawn tried there. I don't know whether he tried to nudge something in or tried to get cover, but he's got it pretty safe. And we've got the 3-ball and the 8-ball set up as a combo in the bottom right hand corner here. And I think Larry went for the cut there. I think he went all out for the cut, because at the end of the day he certainly didn't play a safe if the cue ball ended up there. Now he's going to be playing this 3-ball onto the 8. Now that 3-ball wants to go this way, and that's worked out nice. He's played it well. That could easily have gone wrong. A bit more angle on the 7, but he should be fine to get up onto the 9, just by the middle pocket. And so Spectre Dawn recovers to go into a 2-1 lead. And remember, only a race to 4. So it's short and sweet on the one loss side. And Spectre Dawn has come up dry. And Larry's got a shot in the 1. He's going to have a cut combo on the 2-6 here. Well, he's drawn back right onto it. He has to leave himself an angle on this 2. It has to sit nice for him to get out onto the 3, and that will do. And he just needs to watch the pace. If he puts too much spin on this, he could end up behind that 5. And he's got it perfect. Looking to find the gap between the 8 and the 4. Doesn't want to finish the wrong side of this 8 near the middle pocket. And after working all that out, he's forgot about the 3. And the unforced errors are creeping in here for Larry at the wrong time. Well, Larry's going to have to dig deep now if he's going to stay in the tournament. It's backs to the wall, last chance saloon, and every other definition you want to give for it. Or cliche, if that's the word. So it's 3-1 to Spectre Dawn. And something flew into the top right hand corner pocket. The 1 has hung over the middle. So Spectre Dawn has got a ball in the break at the right time. And it's a 6 ball. And he's on the 1. And, well, the only problem could be getting from the 3 on to the 4 clean. It's the only prospect that there might be, because that 8 ball could come into play, even the 7 ball if he doesn't get this right. But he's got that gap between the 8 and the 7. It's all about just dropping it in. What, the Friday night 9 ball? It's not once a month. It's the fact that I don't stream it all the time, because most of the time I'm working the next day. But it's on every Friday, provided there's enough people in it. Every Friday afternoon in the States, every Friday night over here in the UK. Well, Spectre Dawn is going to have to drag this in, and he's done that, and well, this match is over, and the tournament looks over here for Larry. But Larry made a couple of errors at the wrong time, and he's paid the price. Spectre Dawn wins the match by 4 racks to 1. Right, now, let's see where we are. We can get this bloody thing to work. Right, so that result has gone through. So Spectre Dawn is going to have a little wait. We move over to the match between Bedhead and LS3, and they're tied at 1-1, and LS3 is getting 7 and out against Bedhead. Let's see what else is happening. Well, nothing else is going to happen until that result goes through, so that's the match we're going to go into next. And Bedhead, oh, I thought that said 1 each in the bracket. No, it's my eyes. He's 3-1 up and about to go 4-1 up. Well, LS3 is going to have to try and get use of that 7 and out handicap. He desperately needs it, trailing by 4 racks to 1. But I say this every week, in these Moneyball handicapping tournaments, if you're getting something like 7 and out, a match can turn very quickly, as long as you play sensible enough. And Bedhead has got a couple of blocking balls there to hold up the 1 ball, or he can run in between the 8 and the 2 and bury LS3. Well, he's gone all out for the bank, and Bedhead is taking a risk there, because he's leaving an opportunity here for LS3. Okay, the 2 ball isn't really going anywhere. It will go, and LS3's went for the bank, got the bank and scratched a 1 ball. And that, well, Bedhead gets his reward. So tournament's now just over 2 hours. It's been running. And it's certainly going to be over 3 hours, I would imagine. It usually is. And we'll be able to go all the way tonight. Well, the 2 ball isn't going to be an issue. It's a straightforward enough cut into that right middle, but how does he get a shot in the 3? Well, that's one way of getting a shot in the 3. A couple of nudges off the 4 and 5. Now, he could line up the combo on this 8, cut that 3. It's worth a go. Cut the 3 onto the 8 that way and cut it into the pocket. I might as well have a go at it. And in it goes. That's it. You get it lined up properly. Set yourself and give it a blast. And very quickly, LS3's got a rack back. That's the sort of things that will happen. 5 ball goes in on a break. And, well, that one ball goes every day of the week. And good control to hold for the 2. And this is where you want to use your shot clock and just steady yourself and slow down a bit. Because it's not a race to 7. It's not a race to finish the rack. It's taking your time and setting yourself and not doing anything dumb. Well, LS3 on the 4. It's 7 and out. So it's all about getting himself a good shot in the 6 into that middle. And it's about judging the draw. And he prefers to overhit it. That way he's out into the table. That's the safest way to play that shot. And it's just a dead weight roll into the middle. And a simple 7. And that's 2 quick racks. And he's back in the game. And another ball, couple of balls in the break. Oh dear. But the third one is the cue ball. And Bedhead can breathe a sigh of relief there. The comeback has been stifled by that scratch. And Bedhead taking his time, looking at the lay of the table and setting the cue ball where he wants it to get good on that 3 ball. Because there's only a couple of positions to get good on the 5, and this is the crucial shot. And once again he's left himself these high cuts. And that's what's going to happen every time. And this time it could cost him severely. LS3 needs to get away onto this 6. It looks all too easy, but and if he gets on the 6, that's fine, but he has to get away to find his way to the 7. And this time he hasn't done it. Now what does he do? Going all out for the pot and needs a bit of luck. And he's got it. I think he's got it. Or has he? No, he hasn't. He can get past the 9, no problem. And there's the result come through. And Potman has beaten One Pocket Slim by 4 racks to 1. Well, this is going. Well, there is an angle there. You can just push through, check the cue ball, and come back up the same side that he's on. It looks like the safest route. And that, up past the middle pocket, is exactly where you want to be. You're welcome, Slim. Unlucky. And Bedhead has got a little breathing space now, back to a 2-rack lead. Well, we've got immediate danger here straight away. And sorry, what am I doing? Bloody 9-ball possible combo with a 6 and a 9. Is it? Well, I don't know who they are. I just term them all under a he until they tell me they're a she. Could be a she-male. You never know nowadays. Well, that's ended up safe. But there is a strong likelihood, unless there's a couple of nudges going on here. Well, there is a nudge now, because Bedhead's missed a 1, kicked to 6. And immediately with ball in hand, LS3 has a 1-9 combo. They'll all she and model quality in my mind. Now, can you say that again in English, Slim? Can you type it in English? They'll all she and model quality in my mind. Have you been at the Pepsi again? Well, LS3 has got himself back in the game. Ball in hand combo and a ball in the break. And sitting pretty in the 1 ball. Looking good for the 3. 4 over the left hand middle. It's the old join the dots routine again here. It looks all too simple. Now where's he going? Well, that's not where I would have went, because with the angle he's got in the 3, the cue ball's running, so he or she is doing their best to get themselves out of line here straight away. And that needs to keep running, and I think they're okay. Now you've got me saying they, because now I don't know whether they're a he or a she. You should never have told me that. Everybody's a he until they tell me they're a she. But LS3's got more work to do than they possibly would have had if they'd played the first shot right. Where's the cue ball going? And now we're completely out of shape. Well, the bank is on, but it's only going to be 1 attempt at the bank into that right middle pocket. The cut is on as well, believe it or not. And the bank has been missed. But this isn't a gimme. This 5 ball, and the cue ball wants to run away up the table from the 6. And the other problem Bedhead's got is he can't really get into the cue ball where the cue ball's sitting. This is tough, having to jack the cue up. But he's played a well-controlled shot there. Now just think back to that shot that LS3 played. They could have just dropped and left that cue ball straight in the 3 into that top right hand corner. The 3 ball was sort of there, and just roll the 3 in. I think they did the 4 into the middle and got themselves out of line and continued to get out of line. And then of course the mistake was made, and that's what's given Bedhead their chance. But again, Bedhead has left himself high and dry, giving himself more work to do time and time again. Where's the cue ball going here? I think he's okay. I think he's plumb on the 9. Dead straight. And now on the hill. So into rack number 11. And remember, this is a hot seat match, folks. This is to see who gets into tonight's final. Bedhead looks as if he wants to do it the quick way. He's potted the 1, he's potted the 5, he's potted the 6, he's potted the 8 on the break, and he's got a thin cut in the 2. I'm going to have to work the cue ball here just to hold for this 3, and I've got the hiccups. Excuse me. Well, this is where it can go wrong. You can't avoid hitting the 9. Now, where's everything going to finish here? And you would think this is LS3's last lifeline that he might have, or he or she might have in this match. And there it goes. Commentator's eye again. So, what do you do with this shot? Well, what you do is you just play a simple cut with a wee feather of right, just to help the cue ball a wee bit. You've got to be brave enough to play it, and well, LS3 thought, to hell with all that crap, I'm just going to combo the 9. That's what I'm going to do. And so we are back to within 1. Commentator's eye didn't work that time. And LS3 has got the 1 in the break, a shot in the 2, 3 over the top left hand corner, and oh dear, well, could that be their last chance gone? That might be it. But having said that, we've seen what Bedhead's been doing all night. He's been doing everything he can to get himself right out of line each time. And he's got a problem here. It's all about just judging the pace. A little bit of inside English. Just come back up the table on the left hand side, but not beyond the middle pocket if he can help it. He wants to finish just short of that left middle pocket to leave himself an angle in the 4 to get in the 5. And that's just a bit too much. And again, he's close to the rail, so this is not a dead set. He's digging right down. And once again, he's played an excellent draggy kill shot just to take all the pace out the cue ball. And he's got a little angle just to get up there. Somewhere up there will do, because that will give him an angle to come back off that rail onto the 8. But he's not going to do it that way because he's the other side now of the 6, but it's still simple. Just drop it in off the end rail, back out for the 8, the 7. Needs an angle in the 7 though. Oh dear. Well, mistakes are coming thick and fast here for Bedhead. LS3 can't believe he's got another chance, or she's got another chance. I'm just going to call him he until they say to me I'm a female, because now my head's scrambled. Well, in goes the 6, but no joy in getting on the 7. And surely it's the all or nothing bank shot here. It's going to have to be made though. There's nothing set here. Either into that right middle reverse bank or into the bottom right hand corner. And in it goes. And we're going all the way, folks. Like I said we were. Okay, I've got it now. I've been officially told that I am a female by LS3. And we're into the final rack decider for the hot seat. Right, I'm confused here. Have I missed something? LS3 potted the 7 ball to win that last rack. They were breaking off. Ah, wait a minute, I've got it now. I've just worked it out. I was totally confused. I was wondering why they were potting the 1 ball and why there was no other ball showing down, and then I've realised the 7 ball went in the break and it's been respotted. See what happens when I don't pay attention. I'm now fully aware of the situation. And LS3 scratches. And once again, how many times have we said this match? Bedhead's got ball in hand. And now he's looking for a way to get himself out of line again. He's been doing it all night. Now this is a toughie. It's much better to go up into the far left hand corner. But once again he's leaving himself the cut in the 5. To me it was much easier to go up here and get the 5 than it is to be leaving it there, because the cue ball's running all over the shop here. And he's trying to cut it and hold it. And this is a better angle, because this is getting to the desired position off the 6 up to the middle pocket. Anywhere but a scratch. And he's just overcooked it again. And I think it's not going to be Bedhead's night. He's now over to the 1 lost side. Because it's a gift for LS3. And as far as I know, the only female in the tournament is now in the final. So, Bedhead, if I can get this thing to work, now moves over to the 1 lost side. If I can get this damn bracket to stop twitching about here, it's doing my head in. But we can see that Spectre Dawn is sitting there waiting in the 1 lost side semi-final, if you want to call it that. Bedhead's there in the final. And we've got Popman against Baker Maker. And what the hell's Popman getting? Is that the 6 ball? Popman's 2-1 up. And yes, he is getting a 6 ball. So now LS3 can go and get a coffee and put her feet up for half an hour or more. That's going to scratch. Well, Baker Maker with ball in hand. Can he take his chance? And the crunch shot coming up. Go around the corner, do the draw. Well, that's just going to have to be rolled in. Well, he's playing the draw shot. And now he's dead straight, so once again it's going to have to be the draw shot for the longer 9. But this to square the match with the break now in rack number 5, but only a race to 4. And what was that? The 7 ball that's gone, the 7 and the 3, and I don't think Baker Maker can see the 1. Well, he couldn't see enough of it certainly to pot it, and well, he's got a little bit of the run in there. And Popman, well, he's going to have to kick at the 1 and get lucky. I think kicking it from that side, yeah, the side that he's looking at there, to me it's better to kick it from that side because you've got a chance of potting it in the middle. I don't know whether he can make the angle on that side to kick it and pot it in the middle on the other side. Looks easier from this side. I think if you play it on that side, you have to play it with inside English to sort of straighten the cue ball. That looks more of a natural kick, and it could go in. Well, everything went wrong about that. He's missed a 1, and he scratched the middle, and it's ball in hand to Baker Maker. Well, that's a wee bit ugly as well. And that should be okay. A little kick off the rail for the 5 into the middle, or take it long, whichever he prefers. It looks like the 5 into the middle is the one to play, because that way you can get the top side of the 6. Well, he's left that a wee bit short, but just a kill shot will do, or run off the rail, or even run through. Now, is that good enough to drop onto the 9? Oh, where's the cue ball? Oh, he's okay. So now it's Popman's turn in Last Chance Saloon. Baker Maker breaking off in rack number 6. And the break is dry, and Popman has a shot in the 1. Now, although that 2 ball is close to the 8 and he could play a combo, remember it's not 6 and out that Popman's getting, so if he potted the 8 ball, he wouldn't win the rack. He's just getting the 6 ball as the extra money ball. And I don't know whether he can play that at that angle. He can certainly go all out for the cut on the 2 into this bottom right hand corner. He might even billiard the 8 in. Oh, he's got the 2 in, but he's got no shot in the 3, but he should certainly be putting Baker Maker behind that 5. It's about dead weight pace just to get the ball to the rail, and the cue ball as close to the 5 as he can. And he's made not a bad effort at it. Now, what does well, that there might have actually done Baker Maker a favour, because he's nudged the 6 ball off the line there. Popman may well have went for the 3-6 combo to win the rack. So Popman has ball in hand. Now surely he's got to get behind the 4 from the top side as we look, because I don't think it's going to squeeze really comfortably past the 7 down the rail. Well, the straighter he can get this 4 ball, the easier it is just to hold for the 5, and that looks okay. He can just drop through, and as long as he drops through far enough, he's got a simple angle to be on the 6. And this is what it's all about, just thinking about what you're doing, dropping it through, and that will do. 7 ball isn't required. He just needs to drop the 5 in, and the match will be all square into a final rack decider. And Potman to break. And I think that was a 1 ball went into the right middle. 2 ball has followed it in. And I think he can use the rail, clip the 3. I don't know whether he can get enough of the 3 as it is. Can he? I would just be squeezing it off the rail a wee bit here to nudge that 5 in. Oh, he's just managed to creep it in, but of course he's got no shot in the 3 now. But you can certainly kick it in. The kick's definitely on. And he didn't give it a second thought. But you might find Bakermaker will have a go at it, because the kick's still on in the 3. But instead Bakermaker has made a complete hash of that shot in the 3 ball. That's probably his worst shot of the night. Now, can Potman find a way to get this 3, the 4, and then the 6 for the match? He's been gifted an opportunity. Can he take it? Well, that isn't making it any easier. He's going to have to dig out a good one on this 4. All the time he's got to think about the 6. And if he's going to go full-blooded at it, he drops the 4 in. The cue ball is going to run down here, and he's going to have a shot in the 6. He drops the 4 in, and the cue ball runs here. And he's trying to run it in. And look where the cue balls ended up. He had a tough one in the 6. It would have been easier just to roll it in and go full-blooded that way and just roll the 6 into the middle. And Potman's chance might have gone. And Bakermaker may well live to fight again. It looks very likely. Why he didn't just roll the 4 in, I don't know. Because he wasn't sitting perfect in the 6 when he got it, but that's all done and dusted. It's all over now. Bakermaker marches on in a final rack decider, and he beats Potman by 4 racks to 3. So that now means that Spectre Dawn has his next opponent, and that's going to be Bakermaker. And I'll have another drink. So the players are in, they'll be lagging off right now, which is why it will take us a second or 2 to get into the room. And Spectre Dawn has won the lag, and he's breaking off, and the 9 ball has gone in. It will be respotted. Spectre Dawn will remain at the table, and remember remember it's only a race to 4 in this one lost side. The matches are short and sweet. And it's a scratch match, no handicap. Well, the 4 ball goes no problem. And it certainly will now once Spectre Dawn's played this 3 ball. He's going to be hampered severely by this 4 ball though. And that makes it much more difficult to have any great control in the cue ball. And he's just overhit that. But an easy safety on. And he's overhit that. And that's a chance for Baker Maker. And he's refused the pot. Tried to play it safe. But has left an easy out here for Spectre Dawn. Can easily jump that, no problem. Went all out for the pot. Hasn't got the pot, but second prize is more than welcome. Baker Maker kicks his way out of problem there, but I think he's left the 4 ball sitting pretty into the middle. A little soft draw. Well, this looks like across the table twice here, off the long rail on the left over to the long rail on the right and back out into the table. And that's ideal. Good angle on the 7 to get around or come back or do whatever you want to get on this 8 ball. So Spectre Dawn wins the first rack. I think I've managed to break through that falling asleep wall at 9 o'clock. That might be of something to do with the fact I had a pretty good night's sleep last night. I think I stayed asleep until about I think it was about 7 AM this morning. Bearing in mind I'm normally up at 4 AM and my body clock has been getting me up about 5 AM every day this week. Well, a good cut in the 1, but needed a fair bit of luck to get anything on that 2 ball. And that 2 ball just got to the rail and no more. But Spectre Dawn has managed to pinch it down the rail. You're going to have to work a miracle in this 3 ball if it's going to go anywhere. And the 4 ball has come to the rescue, I think, has it? Well, easy enough to bend it round the 4 to get to the 3. Don't even need a jump cue to do that, but he's probably jumping to try and cut this. And that's what he tried. No joy. So a wee bit of tactics here. Spectre Dawn hides the 3 ball. Baker Maker kicks the 3 and gets it. Well, I was going to say safe there, but it just kicked itself off the rail. And it's certainly in a potable position. Inspector Dawn has overcut it. Well, he's covered it, but we all know that's easy enough to jump. But where's the cue ball going to finish up? Well, it's well controlled. Sitting nicely on the floor. Well, that needs to hit the 7, but it hasn't. It's scratched. And it's another gift of an opportunity for Spectre Dawn. Well, how many times do we say this in this tournament? It looks simple enough, potting 8. But how good can you get on that 9 ball? That needs to pinch up and hold, and that's not bad. Any further and you were in that danger area behind the 9, which leaves you the nasty cut. But in it goes. Inspector Dawn has somehow got a 2-rack lead. Baker Maker's had his chance. Into rack number 3. It's dry. There's a shot on the 1. A shot in the 2. Oh, he's hung the 1 up, taking his eye right off it. And we could see the 3 went, so there was no problem in having to do anything spectacular with the 2 ball. And Baker Maker has maybe shown signs of weariness here. The mistakes are creeping in thick and fast, and it's being punished. And when the fatigue starts setting in, or you maybe these guys, where's Baker Maker? He's from the States, is he not? Yeah, and these guys are probably thinking about their dinner. And once that fatigue starts setting in and that hunger starts in, the mind starts to sort of wander, and it creeps into your game. Little angle just to drop through. And so, not only is Baker Maker having to battle through the 1 loss side, he's now in a position where he's battling for his survival. It's the old last chance saloon. Spectre Dawn breaking off in rack number 4, the 1 that he needs. And the 3 ball has dropped. He's got a shot in the 1. 2 ball open in the right hand side of the table. But there's problems ahead for him. It's not as clear cut a run out here. Now is that... Well, he's overcooked that. That isn't going to go. Surely. No. Got to look for cover here. Well, it would be a brave player to bank this 4 onto the 9. Much easier to play safe. Oh, he's managed to cut it. Well, that's a surprise. I wish I'd went down and had a look at that. I thought that was beyond the point of cutting that in. Now, can Baker Maker back himself all the way here? He's going to have to. His next mistake could be his last one. Nicely around behind the 7. Oh, that needs to keep going. It needs to keep going. And this is going to have to be played with a bit of inside to stop the cue ball getting away. And he's done it okay. Well, at least he's got rid of the bagel. He's on the board. Needs a ball in the break though, and a couple of balls have gone in into the left and right middle pockets. A shot on the 1, and this is looking nice, apart from the fact the 2's ugly. The 2 is not good, and it's not much better looking at that angle. As he playing the bank, he's going to have 2 goes at it, and in it goes. And it's out of line here. It needs a good one to get nice on the 4. So this is a shot for the rack, really, if he gets this 3. Oh, he hasn't hit it. He hasn't hit it. Look at the area that the cue ball could have went in. This huge area here to have a shot in that 4. He's going to have 2 goes at this again. Reverse bank. And no, he's played it safe. Well, that's as safe as he could possibly get it. But does Spectre Don go for the bank, because he's only going to get 1 shot at it as well. That 9 ball is a blocking ball for the double bank, and he's looking to cover the 4. And he's got the pace of the cue ball. Where's it going though? It's gone in. Well, surely this time Baker Maker can take his chances, leaving himself straight on the 4. As straight as he can in the 5. Roll the 6 in. If he can get the cue ball closer to the rail, well, that's gone wrong, because he's now gone straight. So he can only go back or forward here. So he's better going forward and just getting the cut. Oh, it's a little tester. Just got to hold your nerve. Watch the cue ball. It's okay. And there's only 1 in it now. And another ball in the break. Oh dear, that's ugly. You're going to have to use the W key here. Jack the cue up, line up that 1 ball, use the W. Well, I think he rushed that. That's what your W key's for, so that you can look at the lineup when you're jacked up on a shot and pick the line to make the cut. And I don't think he did it. I wonder if a lot of players use the W key. Very handy for ugly shots like that, where you're Chinese snookered over a ball and you're trying to pick the line to make the hit point on the object ball. Well, the W key, I can assure you, is very handy for exactly like a shot like that. It's the only little assistance that there really is in the game to line up the shaft of the cue with the cut point on the object ball, and then you play your shot. But you've got to be careful that you're not putting you've not moved the cue tip, or that you've actually lined up the cue tip first, because when you're jacked up over the ball and you're trying to play that cut shot, you put any offline English on that cue ball and then you miss it. like he did, but I think he missed it simply because he didn't take his time to line it up properly. W key would have helped him tenfold with that shot. Anyway, Spectre Dawn with a chance, albeit not an easy one. The 6 ball is hindered by the 9, and it will only go into a couple of pockets from, well, this is going to be the long shot in the 6 down into this bottom right hand corner. He's going off the rail and over to the right when he pots this 5. He needs to keep going. Well, that needed to go as straight as possible if he could there to try and get anywhere near this 7 ball. And that's a good shot. It needs to slow up though. I think he's overcooked it. In fact, I don't know whether that's a good guide, that 8 ball. I think he's cutting it to the right. I think it's going to go in. The more I look at it, the more I can see it's going in. No! It was never on when you see it played there. So, we could be going all the way in this match. So Baker Maker has a pretty straight in 9 ball just to drop it in, and he'll have the break in the final rack. Well, this match has had balls in the break in every rack I think so far, apart from this one. Seems like it. Excuse me. Not a pretty cut on this 1 ball. There is an angle there though to get on that 2, and that was it. That actually ended up, well, he nudged the 9, but that was the angle he had to get around the corner and down to the 2. And Baker Maker trying to get something to happen here. Little nudge. Hasn't really helped him. Looking for, well, I don't know what he tried there. But easy enough. In fact, can he pot that? I think he can. He can make the pot on that too, I think. Oh yes, you've got to be able to pot the 2 into that pocket though, but I think it's there. You look at it from there, yes you can. And maybe the more he looks at it, the more I look at it, the more I'm thinking maybe not. But from there, when you step back, I think he can pot that. Yep. Well, again, he's lined it up. I mean, he thought about it and thought about it, lined it up, and then just went for it. And needed to. I think the problem is he was running out of time. I think that was the problem. But fortunately, he left it safe, left nothing on for Baker Maker. That needs to miss everything and get up to the top end, and that will do nicely. And that's not bad either. Now, there's a thin edge of the 2 showing. The obvious thing with that is it's easy enough to hit the 2, but all you're doing is brushing it towards that side rail, and the chances are you're leaving a shot on it. So he's lining up the jump escape here. Jumps onto the top of the 2, but it hasn't gone safe. So Baker Maker, who's been hanging on and keeping himself in the match one way or another. He's going to be the first to have his opportunity to win this decider. Needs to miss the 8, which is done. And now there's a problem. The angle on the 4. Can he avoid that 7 ball? Yes, he can. And the pace is good. Anything but straight. And it is pretty straight. There's a slight angle, but the simple way to do it is pot it with a little help in English to come out for the 6. Probably long. Well, he's managed to just drop it in. Well, that's short again. It's short again. This is the tester. Surely got to be shot in the 8 after this though. And that has worked out perfect. And barring an absolute disaster with this rolling in the 8, he should be sitting plumb in the 9 for the match. Well, Baker Maker, his name might be on this tournament bracket by the end of the night as the winner, because he's hung on and somehow managed to scrape through, and he beat Spectre Dawn by 4 racks to 3. And finally we have the one lost side final, and that's between Bedhead and Baker Maker. Now I would reckon that Baker Maker's going to be getting the 8 ball or something like that, and I think he is. So let's jump straight into the room. And no, he's getting the 6 ball. Well, again, I think that's generous. That is a generous handicap. And well, Bedhead has been getting through, but we've seen, if you've been watching this, how he gets himself awkward time after time. A lot of the times he will get out of it, and a lot of the times it will be the undoing of him in a rack. And well, he can't really afford too many of them when he's given the 6 ball to Baker Maker. So it's another reminder, we're in the one lost side final. We're only a race to 4, and Baker Maker is sitting there, player 1 in the HUD, with the 6 ball as his extra money ball. And meanwhile, Bedhead's hooked in the 2, trying to roll up onto it, and that has worked out nice. Well, if you play draw on that cue ball and just draw off the 2 as a double kiss, take you back across the right hand rail, I think he's got a bit more angle on it, be heading towards the corner pocket. Uh-oh. Houston, we have a problem. Bedhead has been booted. Baker Maker was booted first, according to that. And now we're just waiting on Bedhead coming back in. Just a quick reminder, if Bedhead doesn't get back into the room within 5 minutes, the room will time out and he will forfeit. I think Bedhead's in, is he in Canada? Oh, well, I can't click his name. What am I trying to click his name for? He's not in the room. I was going to say if he's in California, maybe it's another earthquake. Now, is there anybody out there still watching, or has most of you went for your dinner and got bored and went to bed? I think everybody's gone. I think I'm all alone. Everybody's seen enough. Right. Everything seems to be good. We're all back. Baker Maker has played his safe. Well, he's played I think the shot I was talking about there anyway, so he's left Bedhead an opportunity to get behind the three and get up the table with the cue ball. The only thing he'd be worried about is where the two ball's going to end up, so he's playing it the opposite way, trying to hide behind the 7, and I think he's done not a bad effort, but he hasn't got the snooker. Baker Maker went all out for the bank. He's missed that, but he's got it safe. Well, that needs to keep going, and he's okay. Easy kick here, and it's going in. Nice angle to drop onto the 4, but just needs that wee bit angle again, and he has. Well, the tournament's now gone just on the 3-hour mark. And the winner of this match here will go through to play LS3 in tonight's final, which I think is a race to 9. Baker Maker breaks off in rack number 2. And the 9 ball has gone down. And no shot in the 1. He was pretty much nailed onto the 1. Well, Bedhead's going to probably jump that as you're going to try and clip it off the rail. Yeah, try to sneak it past that 3. It was asking a lot. It wasn't a guaranteed certainty. And meanwhile, Baker Maker's tried to pot the 1. Made a bit of a mess of it. That's tight, but it goes. No problem. Oh, the yawning started now. Oh dear. I maybe need a cup of coffee after this. I can't believe however many spectators I had, they've all gone and left me, abandoned me, and they haven't even said good night. They've just disappeared out the door. Well, this is a problem shot. Straight in 5 ball. How does he get good on this 6? You're going to try and stun along past the 7. That's going to be risky. Well, he's managed to do it, and he's overdone it. Well, now, this is a in-between shot, no man's land. And that's well played. Still need another good shot on the 7 here to get good on the 8. Well, he's managed to just drop it in, so same again for the 8 ball, I would think. So the cue ball doesn't squirt away too far. So Bedhead, that wasn't an easy out. Needed a good shot on that 7. And he squares the match 1-all. Oh, it's a scratch and a break. Now, what have we got? Well, the good news for Bedhead is that the 6 ball has gone along with the 2 ball, and that 6 ball, of course, was Baker Maker's extra money ball. But that won't really matter here because Baker Maker has got ball in hand, and they're all there for the taking. Well, this has got to end up good on that 7. And he's played that all wrong. And now, well, this is going to have to be some shot to try and get onto that 8. He's done his best, but that was really asking far too much. Now, has he got a lifeline here? I think he has. Because I don't think that Bedhead can cut that without scratching. That's impossible not to scratch, surely, off that 7. Now he's going to try and kick it in off the short rail. Oh, that's a good effort. But it hasn't gone. And it's on for Baker Maker. Now, can he avoid scratching if he's going to try and get back up from that side onto the 8? Well, he's trying to stun it across. And he's left it short. Now, what does he do? It's got to be the cut. And he has to watch the scratch. He's playing it with lots of inside English, so he's going to be the opposite side of the table for the 9. But avoided any risk of the scratch. The 9's well off the rail. This should go in, no problem. And Baker Maker goes into the lead. 2 racks to 1. 2 ball goes into the right middle. And the 4 ball has gone. But Baker Maker's hooked on the 1. So, looking for the push. Well, I don't know. Bedhead might go all out for the 1, but there's a good safety on here. You cut the 1 to the side rail, to the end rail. Cue ball down here, somewhere in there. Yeah, all out for the pot. But absolutely no position or luck that was needed to get on the 3, but he's got an easy kick. But it's fingers crossed if he's going to leave it safe. Well, he's got the hit, but left it on. In fact, it's ball in hand because the cue ball didn't get to a rail after hitting the object ball. Now this time, Baker Maker's got the perfect angle in the 5. Needs to slow down a bit. He's just going a wee bit too quick for my liking. And this is when you end up going straight. It's just going to be a roll through now. Just needs to slow it down a bit. But anyway, I forgot the 6 ball was his extra money ball there. So it's now 3-1. And Bedhead is hanging on by his fingertips. Like I say though, that 6 ball is a generous handicap for a 2,200 player. It's something I've moaned about for quite some time, that any player that's over 2,200, they shouldn't be getting as generous a handicap as that. But having said that, Baker Maker's hung up the 2. And, well, Bedhead has his chance and simply cannot afford to make a mistake. And he's just gone far enough. And needs to get good on this 6. And he's leaving it. He's leaving it long. And this cue ball is tracking towards that left middle pocket. Oh, he's managed to play it straighter. I thought it'd be a wee bit more angle on it. That'll do it. He needs to get himself down here to have a look at this 8. It's off the jaw. And okay, as long as it's there at the middle pocket. So Bedhead has still got a chance. Back to within 1. Needs all of them, of course, to go through to tonight's final. 7 ball goes in. Now, is there a shot in the 1 though? Yes, there is. It's tight, but there certainly is. It can get off the jaw. Now, what about the problem at this end of the table? Well, we can see the 5 is only ever going to be an issue because these balls are there. It's just about getting down onto it. But the 6 is the issue. Now, if he had the cue ball there for the 5, it's easy enough to drop the 5 in and go through and out for the 6. So the most important shot for Bedhead's about to come up after this 3 ball, because the 4 ball is tight on that left rail and it does not sit well to get good in the 5. He's got a nice angle, and a nice angle with maybe a bit of help in English to get over there. Well, he's gone square again, and that is far too square. He's far too high. Cue ball can't get near the 6 from there. He's going to have to come down the other side and go on the short side of the 6. He's playing it with loads of inside English to try and get something out of this 5 ball and go near the 6. No, he's decided not. He's playing the safe. A wise move. Very wise move. I thought he was going to try and do some sort of miracle shot there. And Baker Maker's just had a kick and hope. Has he got lucky? He most certainly has. That's what you need. You need that wee bit of help. And like I said, after that last match, Baker Maker's name may well be engraved on tonight's trophy. He might be destined to win this. And Bedhead gets the kick, but it isn't safe. But he's still got a chance because of where that 6 ball is. But the angle's there to get around, and Baker Maker's overcut it. And, well, he would have had a shot at a 6-9 combo. Now, what can Bedhead do? Because this is always the awkward issue, this 6 ball, where it's been sat all during the rack. And the angle he's got in the 5. There's good angle there, but it just needs a lot of pace to come either back off the side rail or go through. But it's not a good angle to get good in the 6. And he's trying to come across and get as close as he can, and I don't think he could play that any better. Now, can he get to the potting angle in that without fouling the 9? It's surely got to be legal. He's got to be hitting the 6 first. Now, let's find out if it was. Yes, it was. Well, we're going all the way in this one. Bedhead, just a roll in on the 9, and we're 3 racks all, and Bedhead to break in the 7th and deciding rack. So this rack to get to tonight's final, and Bedhead, well, he gets a good enough break. Couple of balls have gone. We've lost the 5 and the 8, but I don't think he's got anything going much on this 1. Now, he's trying to bend it round to pot it. He's trying to make the hit point on that 1. And he actually got it too well. Needs a bit of luck here, and he ain't got it. The angle wasn't great on that pot to bring the cue ball out into the table, but Baker Maker's trying to get the next good safety shot in, and he's certainly managed to accomplish that. That is very good, because remember that Baker Maker is getting that 6 ball. And Bedhead's got the hit. Where's the cue ball? That's okay. And the 2 ball is not easy from that position. It's not easy to play a safety shot from long range to get it the right hit. But Baker Maker's picked off the cut point, and he's going to have to pick off another good one. The bank is certainly on. The double bank is on the 3. But he's trying to hide it. Well, that was risky. It's risky because if you don't get the cover like that, it's easy enough for Bedhead to jump the 3. He risks doing it simply because the 4 isn't in a potable position. But he could find himself in trouble here, because I think that Bedhead can skim past the 7 and try and tuck that cue ball away. He's looking at it. Maybe he's not convinced himself. We'll soon find out what he's doing. Well, he's went the other way to push the 4 behind the 7. That's not bad, but not great, because the kick is on. Oh, that's unlucky. A good effort. Now Bedhead if he can just clip into that 7. Well, he's managed to avoid that. I thought if he could clip into the 7, he'd guaranteed he was on the 6. But he managed to control the pace well. Now, can he hold this 7? Just drag it in. Stop the cue ball getting away. And he's managed to stun it across. It needs to slow up. So this to go through to the final to play LS3. And in the 9 goes. And Baker Maker's run is over for this week. Bedhead wins the match by 4 racks to 3. And, well, that's it. Well, that will update in a second or two. But we now have a final. And it's between LS3 and Bedhead. And the room is up. I'm going to dive in straight away, so we're ready. This will be the first lag we've seen all night, I think. There we go. I don't know whose cue's what. So, oh, wait a minute. Aye, it is. It's a race to 9. And LS3's getting 7 and out. Well, that's a good lag on the right hand side. And it's a good lag for LS3 because it gives them the break. Right, let's just confirm where everybody's from. We've got Bedhead from Sweden and LS3 from the UK. So it's an all-European final. And straight away, LS3 had a go at the 1-9 combo. Big distance between them. So now we've got the 5 locked up behind the 9. That's completely out the game where it is up there. Nothing doing in that corner. And LS3 has an angle where they could run over towards the 5 and 9 and still maybe have a shot in the 4. Well, that was the plan there, but it's actually done nothing to improve the situation, especially when LS3 has the 4 ball to go for and has to find some sort of way to at least get a sight on the 5. But that's a tall order. Which is why she's played the safety. Now, the angle's there for Bedhead to try and lodge that cue ball up behind the 5 and 9. It's probably worthwhile having a go, simply because unless you hit it far too hard and smack into the 5 and 9, you're not really going to open things up there. Probably worth a try. Oh, that attempted bank didn't work out, but the 4's gone tight to that right hand rail. But it gives Bedhead a big angle on the cue ball to try and get across towards that 5 and 9. And he's got the break. And that has worked out nice. Can just drop the 5 in, tuck the 6 down that rail, get onto the end rail down here at the bottom, and he's on the 7. And that looks the ideal angle, just to drop onto the 7. And this is a crucial shot. That needs to keep running, because if it keeps going, it's ideal. Perfect angle on the 8, drop the 8 in, cue ball off the side rail, and out and across for the 9. So Bedhead gets first blood in tonight's final. But gets no joy in a break again. Might have left it safe though. Yeah, no shot in the 1. Now, does that 1 cut from there? It's maybe a bit tight, but well, I have to assume that LS3 was lining up the cross double there, the cross bank, because the cue ball's finished on the 2, and having missed the cross bank, it's left Bedhead an easy starter on that 1. I don't know whether that's a good angle to try and get into the 3. He's done his best, and that's a cracking effort. I don't think he's got an awful lot of joy out of that, but see, when you look at it, it goes. It definitely goes. Oh, he's nudged it into the 6. Well, it definitely did go. Well, I don't think this 3 wants to go. It wants to stay on for the duration. And what's more, LS3's actually fouled. Didn't hit the 3 ball first, must have clipped at 6 or something. So that's given Bedhead a ball in hand chance. Now, could he make the potting angle in that? I think he could, because he's left himself plumb on the 5, and I think Bedhead's showing signs of wear and tear here. I mean, I'm just sitting here watching and commentating, but you know, these guys have been hanging around and playing for 3.5 hours now. And the other thing to bear in mind is that that Bedhead's in Sweden, so he's an hour further on than I am. It's midnight his time. And meanwhile, LS3's hung up the 5. I mean, I'm tired watching this, having to sit here. So it does play on the players as well. Oh, that's not the nudge that he wanted. He's nudged the 6 and locked it onto the 8 ball. And there's nothing doing there. Oh, that's a cheeky little safety shot. That was well played. And that's got LS3 locked up, more or less. And I think that that's going to need a little bit of spin on it to get to the 6. I'm not sure whether the angle's off the point. No, it needed a wee bit of help in English to get to the 6, because the middle pocket was more or less in the way of where you wanted to hit that. And so now Bedhead's, well, he's got his reward. He played a cracking little safety shot there in behind the 8 ball, and he's got his chance to get his second frame or second rack on the board. And that looks to be tracking pretty nigh perfect. So Bedhead into a 2 rack lead. Race to 9. And LS3 is getting 7 and out, which could still play a big part in this final. Well, bit of a messy shot there, but Bedhead's been left with half a pocket to try and pot the 1 in. If he's going to go long into that corner pocket, because that's extremely tight. Yeah, he tried to squeeze it past the 4. It was really, really tight. It needed pinpoint accuracy to get that in off the far right jaw. But he's locked the 3 in the what the hell is that? Is that the 4 ball? The 3 and the 4 are locked up. Although, as long as you get this side of the 3, in fact, yeah, that 3 ball does go. I think it does. But you've got to get plumb on it. Which, considering where the 2 ball is going to be not easy to do. It's right on that top rail. Just by the cue stick there. Now, how is it from this side? That's as close as you get to touching in Virtual Pool 4. 2 balls frozen together. It's hard to say whether that goes into the middle. It looks like it does. Well, we're about to find out. comfortably, went no problem. Now, has Bedhead found his second wind here? Because he's now moved into a comfortable 3-0 lead. Well, he's come up dry. LS3 has a shot in the 1. The 7 ball has just gone beyond the point where he could actually, or she could do anything with it to knock it in. And now the 8 and 9 are locked up. And this is one of these middle of no man's land shot on the 2, either or. Take your pick what pocket you want to go for. And they're always tough. And almost got the cover behind the 8, but not quite. That's a jump escape there. I don't think he was really that much snookered. Could have easily bent round it to get to it, but he's looking for distance and it's not a bad result. And that's ended up not too bad either. It was one again right in the middle of the table. Choice of 2 pockets. Both of them are cuttable and both of them are not easy. But how do you get back up for the 3? And this, you know, if you can't get a snooker, get the distance between the 2 balls. Get them as far apart as you can. Because it always makes it more difficult for the incoming player to judge the contact on the ball at distance. And when that happens, you can end up with that happening. Where LS3 got it too thick. And the cue ball hasn't escaped down the table towards us, and it's left a chance here for Bedhead. And he's tried immediately to improve the situation, which it, as a matter of fact, he has done, but he hasn't got great on the 3. The 8 and 9 are now set as a combo. But of course, he left it too difficult on the 3. And this time, he's not quite got the cover, but that nudge in the 9 has knocked the combo out of alignment slightly. So it's not quite as easy. Well, that's a good shot. Now, well, can either draw back or go forward, but as long as you get in the bottom half of the table, that is the objective. You have to get within this area here, and that will do, because now it's just a little draw off the 5, a little stunny draw shot. Well, that needed to be more. It needed to be straight. So now the cue ball's just running around a wee bit here. And remember, LS3 just needs the 7. Doesn't need to worry about the 8 and 9. Just needs to get that 7 into a pocket to get off the mark. So there's 1 on the board. And Bedhead still has the lead by 3 racks to 1. LS3 breaking off in rack number 5. I don't think there's any joy there. And, well, Bedhead has what looks to be a dead set bank on the 1 into this pocket. And it'll need to be a combo from the 2 onto the 3. And he's overdone that. Now, what's happened here? Now, can LS3 push the 1 and draw into the 7 and knock it into the middle pocket? There's a 1-3 combo, but there's a chance of nudging that 7 in into that right middle. A very strong chance if we get this right. But no attempt made, and what's more, she's missed the 1 onto the 3, and 3's hung up. Well, I think that that possible draw off the 1 onto the 7, it was there. But the chance has gone. Well, what the hell happened here with Bedhead? Cue ball jumped straight into the pocket after the other ball, and immediately the chance has been handed back to LS3. Well, this is an important one. Got to get that cue ball moving, and that needs to keep running. That is a bit soft, and it's short, and LS3's left hook. It's the old hit and hope. Hope you get lucky, or hope you get it safe, and that is a result. I'd settle for that any day of the week. And that's another good one. Bedhead's played a couple of those tonight, where he's just using that ball in the middle of the table just to cover the ball on, and he's played them pretty well. Okay, he's not got the full snooker, but it's safe, which is the main objective. But I think that LS3 has just returned a compliment there. That's worked out very handy. Bedhead gets it. Oh, what's happened? I thought that was going to nudge into the pocket, but it hasn't. And it's a great opportunity here for LS3 to get right back into the match. And it looks all too simple. This, roll the 6 in and roll the 7 in, or drop it into the middle pocket, whatever you prefer. But this to get back within 1. Oh, it's one of those rye breaks again. Can't believe we had those guys on the stream. And I think they've all slipped off to bed, are all gone for dinner, and not one of them said, right, that's me off, I'll see you later. It just disappeared. They've just went and abandoned me. Left me all on my own some. I'm used to that though. Plenty of times I've streamed to nobody. Although I think some of the guys probably, well, certainly some folk do. Some folk watch the streams maybe the next day or the next couple of days. Because I do get 1 or 2 hits on them. Not a lot, but you still get people interested in seeing how the tournament finished. If I get that far. Most of the time I don't. Most of the time I'm long since in bed by this time of night. I'm well into dreamland. There's a delicate little shot in the 2. And it's just about picking your way through these balls here. And so far, LS3 is doing okay, thank you very much. So once again a reminder, and now just a push through in the 6 here. Push through a little touch of left English, not a lot, just to bring the cue ball square. And that will do extremely nicely. Just a roll in the 7, and we've got a tied ball game. So this is a good response here for LS3. But the scratch in the very next break, ball in hand for Bedhead, and well, immediately there's work to be done. Once he pots this 1, he's got the angle in the 2, and the only path is up there off this 2 ball. The angle is perfect for that. More or less following the line. Has he got the pace? Yes, he has. And he's got the angle again to run up the table. Now the danger here is running forward with English, because you can kick into that 6 and that can leave you stone dead in the 4. And he's avoided that. And he's okay. Well, we're still in the relative early stages of this final. We're at 3 racks all, race to 9, and we are rapidly approaching the 4-hour mark for this tournament. We've got about 10 or 12 minutes to go, but I think we're going to break the 4 hours tonight. Or well, we should, no problem. They're not going to rattle in Neither of them is going to rattle in 6 racks within the next 10 minutes. And Bedhead, well, this is from the scratch off the break, remember, from LS3. And Bedhead has taken these well to go back into the lead. And straight away, Bedhead's come up dry again. Now, how does that look from this end? Not very inviting, it has to be said. I can certainly see the edge of the 1 ball. That needs to keep going up that cue ball. Well, we're going to have a wee bit of cat and mouse here on this 1 ball. Let's see if there's anything happening in the lobby. Well, we'll get 36 still here. Well, we might have a doubles match on somewhere by the looks of it. Of course, potting the 1 ball's all very well, but the 2 balls locked up in the right side rail, not going anywhere fast. And that's a good effort. Now, if LS3 can get left-hand English or right-hand English on this cue ball and just get in behind the 1, well, no. I thought it could maybe, or she could maybe punch the 1 up the table, but maybe there wasn't enough room. But it's still safe. Now, Bedhead can, well, he tried to sneak past the 4 there to punch the 1 up the table and leave the cue ball there, I think, but he's clipped the 4. Now, I think that 6 ball almost came to the rescue, but it's going to be the billiard from the 1 on to the 9. And that's an easy out. And we're back all square. Well, 3 balls dropped into the left middle. Something else went as well, I think. The 2 and the 3. And a shot in the 1. Might have to be the thin cut. I don't so much like the pot into the corner. Dangerous near that middle pocket. And that's what happens. Commentator's eye there said it wasn't a nice shot in the 1. Excuse me. And it's ball in hand for Bedhead. He studied to lay the balls. And there shouldn't be a problem. Now, what makes this shot easier off this 6 is the further to the right that Bedhead can get for this 7, like that, because it makes it a lot more comfortable to get good on the 8. It might actually play this with a little bit of right so that when it hits the rail it comes back this way a wee bit. And it needs to keep going, and that will do it. And it's nip and tuck here. Bedhead with a fairly straightforward 9 ball to go back into the lead by 5 racks to 4. And another one has got away. It's dry. A shot in the 1. And a pretty straight shot in the 1, which doesn't really help getting good position in that too. And the draw has been played. Now there is a cut on, but there's just as easy a safety on as well on this 2 ball. If you overcut the 2 that way and get it to the end rail, you can bring the cue ball back up the table and just keep that distance. And that'll do. Well, here's a thing we spoke about earlier, or I spoke about earlier. When you're over this object ball, you're hindered by the 3. You can use the W key to step back and have a look at the line of the shot and line up the shaft of the cue with the edge of that 2, or the potting angle in the 2. Bedhead's played it well, and the little kiss in the 3 is actually not bad. Makes it simple enough for him to get over and find a gap over to the left hand side for the 4. Plenty of room. He doesn't want to try and squeeze too much of an angle on this 4, because this is dead straight. And if he tries to pinch too much, this can rattle in the jaws. He's got to get the cue ball out for this 5. And he's checked it. Lots of inside English to check it back. And he's sitting plumb on the 5. And the only problem now is the 7. Easy enough to get the 6. Now, how's he gone? He's gone too far. He's the wrong side of the 6. Now, does he want to leave the cue ball here and cut the 7 in from there? Well, that's what he's going to do. And this is all about controlling the and judgment of the pace of the shot here. And he's again leaving himself that high angle, and that's caused him to miss it, but it's gone safe. That's not going to get there, I don't think. So it's another chance for Bedhead to open the gap and give himself that little bit of breathing space. A little draw off the 8 ball. A sort of draggy draw is the type of shot I like to play here, just to draw the pace off the cue ball and kill it like that, so that you hold for the 9. So Bedhead has opened the gap. Now, can he maintain it? Can he get a ball in the break in rack number 11? The 6 ball thought about going in. But there's nothing on for LS3. There is a possible bank, but well, it's not ideal, but then again it's not easy either. Now Bedhead would be taking a risk here to pot that into that pocket, because the cue ball's running over here somewhere. He needs a bit of luck to get anywhere onto the 2, and he got the kiss in the 6, and that helped him get onto the 2, but it was such a difficult pot into a blind pocket. And that's a reasonable enough effort. Still an edge of the 1 showing. And we are now just a minute away from 4 hours. This tournament started at 8 PM British summer time, and we're now just very nearly on the midnight hour. A good escape from Bedhead, and it's gone safe. Well, this time there's a chance to smack that 1 ball into the 4 and the 1 ball to drop into the middle pocket. And the reason I said smack is to get the cue ball out, because he's now locked himself behind the 7. Playing it gentle gives it every opportunity for the ball to drop, but it doesn't leave you a lot of movement on the cue ball, and he's now got himself in trouble. Now, can he find a way to get to this 2? He most certainly can, and look at the result. Oh, that is sweet. Not only just to get the kick on the 2, but he's left it stone cold behind the 4, locked up. Oh, Slim, thank God somebody's still there. For the last hour and a half, nobody said a word. I've been all on my lonesome here, trying to stay awake. Oh, you should know by now that it's not a case of showing no mercy. It's a case of calling it as I see it. And, when I see something where somebody hasn't thought out the shot or just played something stupid, then I'm going to call it. I'm the Simon Cowell of VP4. I tell it like it is, whether you like it or not. And I think I'm fair. I'm reasonably fair, I would say. I mean, I think if most players, you can, when you're commentating on something, you can only judge it as how you see it, because that's what a commentator does. He doesn't know what the player's thinking. The player can watch the thing played back and say, well, I was thinking something totally different. And a lot of the times you'll get it wrong. The player will play an entirely different shot from what you thought was on. But you're only trying to interpret the thoughts of the player. Now, like that shot there where you play the draw off the side rail, that's the sucker scratch. Because everybody does that. And it's a gift for LS3. And she's back to within 1. And also a ball in the break. and not an inviting cut on this one ball, but no problem in getting on the two. And that's a good shot. Very good shot. And there will be a shot in the 3, and there should be a shot in the 4. This is where you slow down and you take a breather and you use your shot clock and just take your time and don't do anything dumb. And this needs a bit of stun off this 3 ball to get the cue ball out from behind those balls. It needs a firm punch. You don't want to be hitting it soft, because you're risking running in behind something there. A risky shot, but it's worked out sort of. Although I think it's gone a bit straight. Let's have a look. No, there's an angle there. So this is about judging the pace. If you're going to finish anywhere sort of there, well, it's gone. Well, she straightened that up. So now it's a nasty cut. It's one of them you don't want at this time of night. And this doesn't give you a great angle for good position on the 6. You don't know that it's going to end up good here with this shot. Well, she tried to hold it and hold it and hold it, and that might have gone too far. Well, I think this is where you take your medicine, you thin clip it, and you try and get towards that 7 ball. Although it's far too risky to try and cut that. Yeah, far too risky. Needs to get lucky. Well, Bedhead is going to have to drop this in dead weight and leave the thin cut in the 7, unless he wants to try and punch that in at that angle. Yeah, that's all you could do. Now that is one that has gotten away. This should be a tied up ball game here. LS3's let that one escape. And the pace is good. That's just going to skim past the 8. And a little draggy kill shot in the 8 leaves you a more or less straight in 9 ball. So Bedhead, well, should have been looking at a tied game again, but he's been given the opportunity and he's taken it, and it's now 7-5. And we are most certainly over the 4 hours now. The brakes come up dry. There's a pot in the 1. Going to have to be a good one to get lucky in this too, though. Well, that's a good effort. That is a valiant effort at the little bank to try and squeeze that 2 past the 3, which it would have done. That was unlucky. And nevertheless, though, let's have a look at that. Yeah, that'll go in. Plenty of room to cheat the pocket. But it's now looking pretty good here for Bedhead. Although he's left with one of them again. Now, got to get up the table off the 5 and down the table this side to have a shot in the 6. And that will do. That's all you want. Anywhere down the bottom of the table to give you a line of sight on the 6. Now, if he lets this run around, he can run into the 8 and it can go wrong. This is something where you either take the risk and try and go around the corner off that top rail, side rail, and out behind the 8. And he's taken that out of the equation with a draw. That was the wise move, because the sort of natural shot there would be to run towards the 8 off the rail, and you're always risking things going wrong when you're sending the cue ball towards your next object ball. So it's a long, fairly straight 9 for the gap to widen and to take Bedhead onto the hill. And he now leads by 8 racks to 5. Breaking off. What rack are we in now? I've lost count. Rack number 14. Now what dropped here? The 1 ball's gone. And no shot in the 2. Or a very elaborate thin cut in the 2, if you want to put it that way, but he's looking for a good safety. And I would say that's pretty good. I see LS3 has a pussy cat in a basket or a box or something. I was watching a video. I think it was on Facebook earlier today, and it was it's one of those pet videos. That's a good bank. Oh, it's hung up. And it was a cat that was lying on the floor. And from the best way of describing it, it was being molested by 3 young raccoons. This poor cat was lying on the floor, and there were 3 raccoons all over it. And the thing about it is, the cat was so patient; it was just lying there, getting squashed and pushed about. Oh, it was funny. Well, I think we've said last chance saloon in quite a few games tonight, but this is most certainly LS3's last chance. I've left herself a little bit short in the 6. It's going into the blind pocket again. But just the 6 and the 7 to at least get 1 back. It's back to 8-6, and I don't know what ball that was, but something flew in. My eyes aren't that good at picking up balls at that speed. 4 ball has gone. Nice on the 1. 2 in the open at the top of the table. Oh, but the 1's been hung up. Now, is that LS3's last shot tonight? It could very well be, the way these balls are lying. And Bedhead doing what everybody should do. When you come to the table, you have a look at the lay of the balls, and you get a picture in your head of what you're going to be doing here. And they should already have mapped out the way this is going. I think he's looking at the 5, because the 5's the problem. It doesn't go past the 6, and that's the problem he's going to have to deal with. That there, it's very tight, and there's only a third of a pocket showing, and let's face it, you'd have to be plumb behind that to risk nudging that in off the jaw. And then of course it goes in that side, But to get it on that side, you've got to be there. If you go too far, you might have it into the middle. But your choices are limited, so there is still a glimmer here for LS3, but Bedhead has done his best he can to get on that 5, and I don't think he could have done an awful lot better. But he's overcut it, and here's LS3's chance. So just the 5, and don't hook yourself behind the 8. Roll the 6 in, and a roll down on that 7 to get it back within 1. So this has to be gentle, a feather-light touch. And this is where the handicap very much comes into play. Bedhead makes that mistake late on in the rack. He's more than likely going to be punished severely for it, and that's 2 racks that have escaped. And LS3 has the break, and the 8 ball has gone in. And there is a cut. What else went in there? The 4 ball, and that's, of course, that's a money ball with a 7 and out handicap, and that's just hooked LS3 for a shot in the 1. So the push out has been played. Well, this is difficult to get really thin, and that's as thin as you can get, and that is an excellent effort. The main objective there is distance between the two. If it had missed that little nudge there, it would have ended up a snooker. But LS3 has returned a favour, and that is a very good effort as well. And I don't think you're getting through that gap. Now, is he lining up a jump shot just to catch the edge of the 1? Yep. Now, how lucky is Bedhead going to be? Well, the answer to that is not too lucky. The angle is nice. The only danger here is being hooked on the 2. And that might just find a gap. That is very nice. And LS3 here looks to be fully focused. Now, can she get the job done? And the pace is nice on the 3 as well. Now, is it just a simple roll through? Let's have a look. Yes, it is. So here's the important shot. And, well, that's a bit straight. And this is where you don't want to hang it up in the pocket. But it's the draw. Now, that's ended up not too bad. And got to be on the 7 off this 6. And now we are going all the way, folks. It's going to be a final rack decider. And it's going to be LS3 breaking off. And it's been a valiant effort to get back into the match. And good luck to both players. And LS3 has come up dry just when you don't want it. And worse still, Bedhead is sitting plumb on the 1 ball with enough angle, I think, to get back up for that too. Most certainly there's enough angle. I need another drink before the voice. Oh well. 5 ball in the line of the cue ball, and that's scuppered Bedhead's chance there. Once again, he's got the touch in the 2, and LS3 is well hooked on the 2, and worse still, there's not a great deal of opportunities off the side rails to get to this 2. I think the middle pocket's in the way, and so LS3 is doing the other option, which is a deliberate foul and just trying to tie up a couple of balls. And well, we can see from this side that the 6 goes, but it now makes it a problem that Bedhead's going to have to deal with. And now he's going to take the risk right now, because the 3's towards that left middle pocket. He's going to try and split these maybe. No. Well, is he going to try off the 5? He's going to have to do something and try and get behind that 6. Well, he'll end up playing safe, but of course he's got that other last opportunity off the 5 ball to get over behind the 6. We know the 6 goes, and if he stuns this 5 ball in, he can drop over. He can drop over behind the 6. That's what he's played, right along the line and right on the point of the arrow. How about that? Absolutely dead set. And now he's got the angle to come off the rail and out for the 7. This match is over. Now this angle here is just a bit fiddly. He could draw back, or he could trickle it in like that and just play the sensible shot. And likewise with this, it's just going to be a trickle down the rail, not to let the cue ball escape. Well, there you go, folks. That's 4 hours and 20 minutes tonight. We've managed to get it all in. And now who's that? What does that say? Budding Ping Bob? Who's that? I've never seen that name before. Anyway, the match is over. The tournament's over. We'll have a final look at the bracket. Bedhead wins the match in the final rack decider by 9 racks to 8. And let's look at the money. Well, Bedhead has won a healthy 805 virtual dollars, and LS3 has returned with 405. And if we nip across, if we can get this thing to work, 4th place has ended up with 200, and 3rd place has got 270. So with that, folks, I will bid you good night, and I should be able to do this again next Friday, because I'll still be on holiday. I don't go back until a week on Monday, so we should get another Friday night 9-ball in. That's provided we get enough players in. If there's only like 5 or 6 in, I ain't doing it. But if we can get like a dozen or more, then it's worthwhile doing it. So with that, I will bid you good night and take care, and we will see you again sometime, folks.